Hey people, how are you tonight? It is, what is the date tonight? 2/25/2025 at 7 p.m. We are back here with Adam, who I'm adding in here in just 1 second. Oh, if I can manage this properly. Okay. Okay, you should be popping up in just, there you are. Okay, are you there, Adam?
Mic check, 1, 2.
Oh, wait 1 second. I am so sorry. I forgot to change my, there we go. I think I should be able to hear you now.
Mic check.
There, mic check. There you are. Okay, right. And I hope that I got the audio fixed for the stream too. I think so. And
yeah, I went and watched those two lives last night.
You did watch it. Good. What'd you think?
Well, before I watched it, I went in with the notion that I handled it very poorly.
Okay.
After watching it, I was like, hey, I didn't really do too bad there.
You didn't do too bad, except for not being able to tell the truth very much.
I found you to be very condescending.
I don't.
In your questioning,
I don't think it was dishonest questioning at all. I can be condescending though, and I do appreciate that. That's why yesterday before we started, or not yesterday rather, but last time, I apologized in advance because I can be that way, and I know. But okay, but in that vein, I do owe you an apology, Adam, because I was listening for a particular definition and I wasn't listening to what you were actually saying. Okay, and I'm sorry for that. And I have to eat some crow, and I apologize for that, okay? And I think that, that we should do that as a people. We need to do that when we're wrong. We need to own it, okay? And I do, and I'm sorry. I appreciate you, man. Okay, so that being said, is the Bible true?
I'm going to say it is.
Well, why? We've already went through this. The Bible's not true, Adam.
How about instead of repeating the last two episodes, make
I know,
a little bit
but
more
why? Okay, hold on.
You talk about yourself.
Well, hold on a second. Okay, let's talk about. Okay, we'll get back to where I'm. Okay.
Hold on. Your audio is now like lowering your voice.
Well, I'd lean back to a second. Am I okay now?
No, it's still it's better, but like it's still low.
Is it like very low? My meter still says everything's fine.
I got headphones in, and my volume's all the way up.
Okay, well, I don't know. I've been doing recordings half the day, and everything was the same, and my meter looks exactly the same as it's looked for quite a while now. So I hope it's not too low for the stream. Can you hear me, Adam?
I can hear you, but I can hear my fan through the headphones.
That's probably something on your end.
Maybe.
I don't hear your fan. I don't know. I set up all my noise suppression and all my limiters and compressors and everything today, so I'm hoping that on my end everything should be like copacetic. But anyway. Okay, if you cannot hear me, I apologize. But Adam, you can hear me enough to have a conversation, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just like very low.
Okay, well, I hope that it's not too horrible. Okay. Damn, I lost my train of thought now.
So you were going on about saying how we already covered that the Bible's not true and this, that, and
well,
other.
Yeah, but you're not admitting that it's not true. So
no, I'm not going to say it is either. By the
but
way,
why not?
You're wrong on your definition of a thesis.
Okay, well, you say that you're a serious person, right? That's what you've claimed.
Thesis theologian.
That's what you've claimed, is that you are a serious person. Are you or are you not?
Well, I'm serious, but yeah, I can make jokes. I mean, that doesn't mean I can't be funny.
But what do you, when someone says, "Are you a serious person?" What do you mean? Or what do you think that means?
I mean, you're serious about what you're talking about.
Like, you want to be taken seriously, right? Like, you want others to take you seriously.
I can't demand anyone.
Nobody is demanding any damn thing. Stop it. Do you want others to take you seriously?
I would like so, but you don't have to.
No, this is a thing that you control. This is not a thing that others control.
Yes, it is.
No, sir, it is not.
And your thoughts.
If you go around and spout nonsense constantly, Adam, what are people going to think of you? Are they going to think that you're a serious person, or are they going to think that you're a person that spouts nonsense constantly?
How many views did you get on both those lives?
One of them, last I looked, has 14. The other has 22.
Right. Is there any comments on there suggesting that you were in the right? There's none suggesting I was either, but
So far, the only
is there any
comment is the one
agreement?
that I put on there that says that the audio is messed up and that I apologized for, that I was going to look at. And I hopefully, like I said, hopefully I fixed it.
How many likes?
Like 2 on each one, I think. 1 on each one. I'm not sure.
2.
I haven't really been paying attention to it much, honestly. Yeah, you in the comments the other day, you advised that when I find out that no one wants to see my content, that what did you say? That you hope I don't off myself?
Yeah, I hope you don't kill yourself, man.
Why? You think that this is like some life-changing thing, me like making this to like
Because when you
have
realize I wasn't
conversations with
actually
you?
spouting nonsense like you believe, and you realize I was actually telling you the truth the whole time, and
Who
you
is telling me
realize
the truth
that
about religion?
the shit failed and it didn't make it the way you wanted it to
Who
make.
is telling me the truth about religion?
Who was telling you the truth about religion?
You're
How
not.
does that even question? How does that relate to the topic?
Because all religions that I have ever encountered in my life are false. I'm not saying that you can't get good things out of them. And I want to make sure that you understand that, and I want the audience to know that I do not claim that I'm like perfect or anything, that I know everything and I have all the damn answers. I don't, okay? All I know is that the things that the religions of humans claim cannot be true. Do you know
Can you
how I know that?
mathematically prove history?
What are you fucking talking about?
Just ask you a question. Can you
Stop.
mathematically prove
Stop.
history?
Adam?
You're conflating knowledge.
No, Adam.
Yes, you are.
What I'm saying is you can take the claims that are made in these books, right? You can see what the claims are, and then you can take demonstrable reality that has been shown to be true, like we did the other night with genetics, right? Genetics is true, right?
Yeah.
So tell me how Adam and Eve can also be true.
You see, I tried to
No,
do
no,
this the
answer the
first
question.
episode.
Just
I
answer the
tried to do this
question.
first episode, and you cut me off.
Just answer the question.
As I already stated before, it already gives an explanation on why this cannot be thousands of years before we even discovered what genetics were.
Right.
The answer is there, my man.
No, the answer that you're giving is absolute poppycock. It's
No.
bullshit. It doesn't matter that they knew about genetics then. We know about genetics now. If God were real and God were the one saying these things to these men who wrote these things down, wouldn't it be correct? Why is it false?
Okay, so as a repeat of the first episode,
Well, if you're
I
going to get
asked you,
stuck,
I
if you're
asked you,
no, Adam, this is what we keep having to do because you're not willing to face the fact that the Bible is not true.
you're not willing to open yourself up to the possibility of whether if it could be true or not. You have decided for yourself that it is absolutely false,
No,
given
Adam,
based upon what you know.
based upon demonstrable reality. How many of the underlying claims must be false before you accept that the entire narrative is demonstrable fraud?
Based upon your conflated knowledge and trying
No.
to relate it.
How many of the claims must be false? Do you think Adam and Eve happened?
You know I'm gonna say yeah.
Why?
Why?
You know genetics is real, and you know that Adam and Eve and genetics can't go together. Did God make man out of mud, steal a rib from him, and humanity is based on two individuals that are clones being, making babies? Is that what happened? That a guy and a female of his clone, or clone female of him? Is that what happened, Adam?
All right, hold on. I got you. I got you. An all-knowing, an all-powerful, an all-absolute God. How could this be impossible for him to do so?
What? The
How could this be
evidence,
impossible for
Adam?
him to start humanity
Well,
like this?
sure. If there were such a thing, it'd be possible. Sure. Why is all of the evidence against it? Do you understand that the
Why are you not
evidence is
looking at the
real?
evidence for it?
What? There is no evidence for Adam and Eve except for a book that was written down by people who didn't understand where the sun went at night.
Again, I'll give you that. Just like last episode, I'll give you that.
Right. Adam,
People didn't understand where
you
the
have
sun.
not found some transcendent truth passed down from Bronze Age goat herders.
The problem is that you think you have to prove every single little detail in order for the whole
No.
story
The
to be true.
problem is that when you start adding up all of those little details, it's not fucking true.
Have you searched for the evidence for it?
Adam,
will not
I
do your
have been
homework for
talking
you.
to people about this shit since I was like 8. The very first time I got my mouth washed out with soap was by my grandma because I told my baby sister that I'm sorry, I was 9. She was like maybe 2. I think I might have actually been 11. Anyway, I was pretty young and I shouldn't have had a soap in my mouth. And I told her that Adam and Eve wasn't true because that's not how babies are made. And my little sister had no idea. She was like 2 or 3. And my grandma grabbed me by the arm and shoved a bar of ivory soap in my mouth and wouldn't let me take it out until there were teeth marks in it. Because I told her that Adam and Eve wasn't true because it's not.
That's kind of why I wanted to talk more about your personal life because it sounds like you've went through some very shitty things that some shitty Christians have treated you in a shitty way.
Have you ever talked to anyone who's ever left Christianity?
Yes, including myself.
You haven't left Christianity.
Dude, I was going to sell my soul to Satan. You really don't know how far I
What
went
the
on the
fuck
opposite
does that
side
have
of
to
the
do with
spectrum.
Christianity? So you
Does it
you
have
made up
to
one
do with
thing one way
Christianity?
and you made up the other thing the other way. Big fucking deal, Adam. Like, do you not understand that you and every single other religious person on the planet is playing make believe?
So you don't believe in a soul, correct?
Pardon?
You don't believe in a soul?
There's evidence against the soul.
Okay.
Like, you ever seen traumatic brain injuries?
Yeah.
Like, what happens like when like half your brain gets damaged? Does your
You're talking
personality
about
stay the
how
same? Are you
people-
still the same
how
person?
People change the personality.
Yeah, right. People get all messed up, right? They're not the same. Completely different person. Right? So what happened to the soul? Did part of their soul go to heaven?
If I go into this explanation of why this would be, I already kind of know your output and answer to it.
Right, because you're going to tell me a bunch of nonsense, and you know it.
It's all going to be nonsense.
Yeah, it's all going to be
man.
nonsense because you believe in nonsense.
Right.
No, that's not.
Believe
I'm
in
not the one who
fairy
believes in
tales and
nonsense,
fiction.
man. It's you. And I don't want you to feel bad, man. You're not the only one. I mean, obviously, there's billions of you.
I feel bad for you, brother.
Why?
Why? Because you're twice my age and yet almost twice my age, and yet
Yeah.
you can't seem to find out these pretty basic, simple answers. You look for evidence on one thing, but you don't look on evidence to the contrary.
Really? You don't
I mean,
think?
that's what it
Why
seems.
okay. Do you ever
If you
watch
do,
any? Do you?
If
Adam,
you do, you
Adam,
do
do you
very
ever-
little, and it's based
Yeah.
upon your own formed opinion, your own previous
Adam,
conception.
Adam. No. This is not just
No.
my opinion. The evidence shows this. This stuff was proven long before we were born.
So have you observed the archaeological evidence?
Everything that I can find shows that there are some true things in the Bible. Like there was like a kingdom of Israel. Like we know this, right? Because like
some truth.
There's some truths, like the mundane things that like it was written by humans and like, they spoke, Hebrew or whatever the language they spoke, Aramaic or whatever it was back then. I'm not sure. Whatever, ancient Hebrew, I suppose. You know what I mean? There are truths, but the underlying claims of the Bible are false, man. There ain't no God coming to save us. You ain't going to heaven. There ain't no damn hell.
And that's the part that burdens me for you, man, is because
Because you
your
think
conception right here,
because you think
right,
I'm going to
is
burn in hell forever, right?
no, it's yes, but it's
Why?
not just that because
So
let's look at the possibility if you're correct. Let's actually like think on the opposite side. If you are correct, you have no hope, my man. You end up in the fertilizer pit along with all the other dead bodies.
cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Uh,
That
Fact of life,
sucks.
man. What, you
That
think you're
sucks.
special? How many creatures have been on the earth?
Hey, that's uncountable, unprovable,
Right. Unknowable, right? That
unknowable.
big. That many creatures. Are you
Yeah.
special, Adam?
Am I special?
Yep.
I guess in some cases.
Special to me and you, right? Like, because people are special to people because we give ourselves value, but we don't have intrinsic value.
We give ourselves value?
Yes, humanity gives ourselves value because we
Really?
feel the
Why is a
things,
person valuable?
because we feel
Why
the
should I
things.
value anyone?
Exactly. Why should you? But do we have intrinsic value or is it because we make the value?
Well, we choose to
We
value
choose
people,
to value people. Why is that?
some more than others.
You saw
Well, the Christian
exactly.
thought is that you should value everyone. They are an image of
Yes,
God.
but in Christian practice, that never happens. Like, do you understand that?
Unfortunately, it is
Do
something that
you not
doesn't happen
understand
often.
that Christianity is actually one of the really bad ones in it? But most religions, I can't speak for every single one of them because not all of them do it. But I'm going to show you the cover of my Bible right here. I have the Precious Moments Bible. Do you see that? Do you see the
I'm not
black?
familiar with that.
Yeah, but you know what Precious Moments is?
Nah.
Like little kids, like the precious moments, like figurines and stuff. But
Oh, that sounds terrible.
anyway, that's not the point. The point is on the cover there is a very rather Hitlerian Jesus. It's blonde haired and blue eyed, and he's holding. I'm not even joking. Like
Which we know that's not possible.
right. It's really bad. It's like propaganda. And he's holding a black sheep and a white sheep, and he has a little brown sheep on a leash. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, the separation of the white and black. Did you not know that that's like ingrained in Christianity?
It's not supposed to be,
It's
but it
not
is a
supposed to
twisting and a
be, except
corruption
that
of
it's in the
scriptures.
Bible. Like it's all over the place.
It's not in the Bible. It's
Okay,
misquoted.
okay.
It's misrepresented.
When I say the white and the black, I don't necessarily mean skin color. I mean the good from the bad. The black and the white. You know what I mean? It's the automatic separation of we're good, you're bad. And if you don't believe like us, you're going to hell and we're going to go to heaven and everything's going to be fine. So you better believe like us or else.
Well, again, that's a misconception.
No,
Like
that's well,
understanding, like
why do you, if that's a misconception, why is that the very common conception amongst people who are not Christians?
as I said before, people who read too much overwhelm themselves. They
Wait.
confuse and conflate.
What did you say?
They believe.
Did you say people who read too much?
People who read too much of the books, let me clarify. People who read too much of the books at once. Like you
No,
said, you read the
Adam.
Bible when you were 17,
Yes, and
right?
I'm working my
That
way
was like
through it again, which actually
over
is driving
25
me
years ago.
insane. It's funny too because Christians tell me all the time that reading this book will change my life and make me look at the world differently, and it kind of has. It has made me understand how fucking insane it is that this fucking idiotic story has ruled humanity for over 2,000 years or almost 2,000 years. It's a shame. It's a crime. It's ridiculous. Like you said,
One of
you
the
think
big
you've read the
problems,
book, right?
one of
Have
the
you?
big problems in Christianity.
Okay,
I've
one of
read
the big
most of the
problems in
books.
Christianity.
One of the big problems in Christianity is God is not some feel-good kind of guy. He's not the cosmic butler that's supposed to answer your
No,
every need.
this is very true. And that's actually something I was going to talk to you about. I was thinking about
It's
yesterday.
how people relate and treat him. Like he's just some cosmic butler. He's just some feel-good guy that you read the Bible and you're gonna feel amazed. It's gonna change your life.
Yeah,
Like you're gonna go to heaven. No,
right.
that's not how it works.
Okay, well, let's go back to the first thing on your list, your perception of Christianity. Go for it.
All right. my perception on Christianity. It comes from a very long study, a very long acquiring
I
of
doubt
details,
that,
and
Adam. You're 25.
you can doubt as much as you want. That is your problem.
Okay, go ahead.
It comes from a very long study, observing and going into the opposite. Because just like you as a kid, this shit was forced on me. And
Okay.
I rebelled because, as I stated before, I was exposed to certain knowledges I wasn't supposed to have as a child. And
Yeah, right. The women
yeah,
and
why would I
whatever
give
the
up my
sex law.
pleasures
Was
for
that
some guy
money
I don't know
included in that
exists?
too?
Hmm?
Was money included in that, or was that just women?
Well, I joked around saying I wanted to get money and fuck bitches, but
Right.
no, that was true. Like one thing I could look at is everyone around me in their older age trying to make it, and yet they're stuck. They're stuck in the hood, stuck in the ghetto.
Yeah.
You know, that white privilege shit, it didn't mean nothing. Like I got told a lot of times that I was privileged, and it's like, how? Explain
You
where,
don't
because I've
understand what
never
white
seen
privilege
it.
is?
I understand what the concept of it is. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist.
Well, yes, it most certainly does.
It does, depending on the person, but not exactly when it
No.
comes to the world.
No. When it comes to the world and the society that we've built, white privilege most definitely exists.
Then why is it
And
every
it's actually
job that
white
I
male
apply for?
privilege. Like, do you not know what it is to be a colored person in this world, man? I said
No.
colored. I shouldn't say a person of color. Like when someone doesn't have white skin, they are not treated the same, man.
You know
At
what it means
all.
to oversympathize and focus on just the
Do
negative?
you no, stop that.
Because seriously, no, black people have
What
been
do you
more
mean
free in
over
this country today than they ever have in the last 100 years.
Adam, do you realize the argument that you're making? It was worse
I
before,
wasn't trying
so
to
we
argue
shouldn't
on this.
complain
I was
about how
just
bad
saying
it
that
is now.
I have never
Listen
seen
to
this
yourself.
so-called privilege. I
Did you
was
even listen to me at
supposed to
all?
have.
Did you listen to me at all? Your
I
argument that
did.
you did, the argument that you just said was it was worse before, so we shouldn't complain about how bad it is now.
It's not that shouldn't complain, but teaching children, like when I grew up, right? I got taught as an eight-year-old. As an
Uh-huh.
8-year-old, babies were being fed to alligators. For the longest, I hated my own race.
What?
I
What do
got
you mean
taught so
babies?
much shit that I was not
Okay.
supposed to know at that young of age. And I
And
feel like
was
a
any
lot
of
of
it
people
true?
today, yeah, I mean, bro, if you've ever talked to an older black person, if you've
I've
ever
talked to
like
many.
hear them talk about how things were back in the day,
Right.
and not with
So,
emotion, not talking about how bad the white man was trying to oppress them, but just
mhm.
speaking on daily life.
You mean being oppressed?
Yeah,
And who was
but
doing the
also speaking
oppressing?
on the general attitudes of the people at the time. You know, for somebody who lived back then.
Okay, Adam. The other night you said that I don't know, you weren't actually saying my opinion. You were saying your opinion doesn't matter, like one's opinion, right? One's
Right,
opinion does not matter because
right,
whoever is in charge and they just do whatever they want anyway, right?
right. My
And
opinion
then,
on this doesn't matter.
right, what was one of the last things that you said? Do you remember?
The last thing I said
Do you remember?
was, so I watched both of them last night. I probably should have watched them again today.
It's okay,
I
man.
didn't. But I believe I said your opinion doesn't matter, and nobody gives a shit unless enough people care about what you're talking about.
Right.
And I would like to add on
So,
that fact.
okay, wait. I had a point. You
Okay, my
remembered.
fault.
Okay,
Excuse me,
that
my
was
fault.
exactly correct. You remembered that you said, unless enough people care. So, why don't you care?
Why
If
don't I
enough
care?
people care, if
So
enough people care, then things get better and they don't have to go back to being bad or worse or whatever you want to call it. Make America great again. Do you see, like we talked about the government a little bit. Do you see what Musk is doing? Did you check into that stuff at all?
Okay, so we're back on Donald Trump.
Well, no, just
again.
no. Just answer the question. Don't go off. Don't think I'm trying to trap you on something. Just answer the question. Did you or did you not check into the stuff that Elon's doing?
No, because like I said, I already have a theory on what he is doing. I know what
But
we're
you
talking
don't
about.
know what he's doing.
I do.
Well,
I
what's he
actually do.
doing
I don't
then?
think
Your little theory
so.
does
This is a
not.
conspiracy theory. Okay, I
Your
got you.
your little theory doesn't mean anything unless it matches the evidence. Do you get that? You just said you didn't check up on what he's doing. Do you know that your country's being stolen out from underneath you? The richest man in the world is going out there and taking money from babies' mouths.
I know
Or
that the
food
people
from
are
babies'
heavily
mouths.
distracted.
Pardon?
I know that the people are heavily distracted, focusing on one point, not looking at the other.
Right. Everybody's looking at Donald Trump and not watching Elon Musk while Elon Musk rifles through everything in this government.
No, they're looking at both of them, promoting them, and yet they're not really thinking about what's going to happen in these next 4 years. They think
you're
everything's
not
going to be all
paying
great
attention
and
to
grand
anything,
because
Adam.
Donald Daddy Trump is president again.
I think it's funny when you have all these like theories and stuff because you're not paying attention to anything.
I haven't even got one theory out to you.
Well, I know because I said that it's not going to matter if it doesn't match the evidence. And I said, did you go and see what's going on? So if you haven't saw what's going on, like if you didn't go see what's happening, how is your theory going to matter?
My theory was also related to the topics that you were talking about.
Okay.
And evidence supporting it. But why don't you tell me a little bit further and let's see if it matches.
Well, do you want to tell me your theory? Because I can tell you're itching to get it out. Do you want me to give you like 30 seconds to just go?
Well, in the case that I am wrong, because I am always open to the fact that I am wrong.
I don't get that from you at all. I don't get that you're open to being wrong at all. You've already said that you've already said that you decided what you believe, whether the Bible's true or not. Oh wait, no, the Bible's true. Remember? You're not open to any damn thing, Adam.
I decided what I have chosen to believe in. Now, if you want to believe in Buddha,
you've chosen to believe in lies.
Krishna,
that's fine. If you want to believe in lies, that's fine. I think it's like I think it's a shame, and I think that you're being like really doing a disservice to yourself and to the society at large. When you're not, you say you're a serious person, but you're not a serious person, Adam. I'm okay. I mean, you're not. You cannot be taken seriously. But go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds. Go ahead. I don't actually. Somewhere around here, I have a timer, but I don't know where it is to put it up on the screen.
Make a strong little plea with you.
Go ahead. I won't interrupt until you tell me that you're done. I'm within reason.
The conspiracy theory I have for these next coming 4 years. Mr. Musk, he is doing this little undercover little investigation deal to, like you said, steal people's information from the IRS. These bots will become, I promise you, 2030 will be a whole nother ball game, brother. Yeah, it's going to be some shit you never seen before, but a lot of the same shit you did see before. You saw it coming. Elon Musk, his main objective is to get these bots pushed out. He wants these bots to be pretty common. When you see all those movies, right, and you see these futuristic sci-fi movies, and you got all the robots basically doing all the work and basically making a presence in everyday life for everyday people. That is what you're going to see here. I guess that's the best I can do in 30 seconds.
Okay, why are you focused on Elon's robots, dude? His things suck. Do you know that? Have you seen this thing? The proto clone?
Wow, it's all look terrifying.
Well, you can rest.
Well, the thing is
stupid commercials.
When I said that this country is run by oligarchies, Elon Musk is only
Have you seen that
piece
thing?
of the puzzle.
Did you see the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Have you seen that? That's a robot, dude.
Yeah, how do you say that? How does that suck? That is a reconstruction of the human body.
Right? No. That's not Elon, dude. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. Elon stuff sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're all about like Elon's robots and crap, dude. Elon's
That's how he's part of
robots,
an oligarchy. These people are
oligarchy.
at the top of the
And
pyramid, my man.
yes, Elon is trying to set up an oligarchy in the United States. Yes.
No, he's already a part of one.
No.
He's already a part of one. So is
No.
Mr. Trump there.
They were just rich people. They weren't ruling over anybody. I mean, Trump was the president and all that, but the presidents don't rule. You know that, right?
I don't know how much money you got. I don't know what kind of pursuits you have made in your
Oops.
what type of occupations you have pursued, but you probably know as much as I know that it's quite hard to make that much money.
Do you know how Elon Musk made all that money? You see, this is the problem with not knowing things, Adam. Would you say different ways? Do you know?
A number of ways, but sure, enlighten me. You're on your thoughts.
Hey, nope. Okay. Wait, I'm going to need you to talk for a second, okay? Just say something random. Okay, is that still popping up? Say something.
Yeah, something random.
Okay, yeah, I'm having like a weird audio thing, but I think that it's okay. And if not, then I don't care anymore. But anyway, Elon Musk, most of his money came from his dad. Like he had an opal mine in South Africa.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, and then once he got to America illegally, you know that he entered America illegally, right?
Actually, didn't.
Yeah, he's an illegal alien. He was here.
Quite hilarious considering the fact of his partner.
Right? I know. Isn't that quite hilarious? It's not really funny. Well, oh, hey. There's actual video coming
right there. Yeah. A little tobacco there.
Why you smoke tobacco? That's funny. I just quit smoking cigarettes like the beginning of January.
Yeah, I'm about to stop smoking cigarettes and just start.
Yep, I was about to stop smoking for like 20 years, man. And I finally, just one day, I was like, why am I fucking doing this? Things that they're expensive, they're stupid, they smell. I'm done. And I just stopped. That's
really good if you combine them with black coffee.
Yeah, nice little pipe there too, bro.
No, that sucks. I'm about to get another one. This is like
No, I know. Actually, I haven't used a glass pipe in years. I have one in my drawer that I actually haven't touched in like 5 years.
Yeah, I mostly just smoked weed out of that thing, and well, weed's pretty expensive.
Yeah,
Ohio.
Did you see that I grow my own, man? Did you see?
I see you were growing some plants. I didn't watch the videos though. I was thinking about it.
They're just some stitched together pictures from a couple of months up there from like a couple of years ago now. But
we grew a couple plants up here too. Got any tips?
Plenty, but that's a whole nother conversation, man. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, well, depends on how you're growing. I mean, yeah, I'm growing organic right now. Like I built myself 2 grow rooms in my basement, like one for flower, one for veg, and just kind of keep a pretty continuous cycle.
I'm honestly surprised you haven't asked me on typical what most Christians would consider contradictions, like me smoking or me cussing.
No, I don't, because do you know that most Christians don't actually mind that shit? Okay, here's the thing with most Christians. Most Christians don't actually believe. They, in their heart of hearts, they're like, God is there, and I accept God, and God loves me, and I'm going to heaven. And when they do something bad, they go, oh no, I better watch out, or God's going to be mad at me. And that's what they use to keep themselves on the straight and narrow.
Right, or they get this anxiety and fear of oh my God, I'm going to hell now.
Yep, exactly. And
it's not how it's supposed to be, man. You're not a slave here.
Well, that's kind of what's happened with these religions, is that humanity has been enslaved. We've been enslaved to ideas and dogma that was written down by people who didn't understand where the sun went at night.
Yeah, actually, since you said the word dogma again,
yes,
I went and researched your little claim there, saying that theologians, by definition, are locked into dogma.
Theists are, yes.
Okay. Now, if we theists,
yes, Anyone who claims
I
to
thought you
believe
said
in a theistic
theologians.
God is locked into their dogma and their doctrine,
Okay.
whatever
Well,
that may be.
we look at the definition of the word dogma.
Well, no, think about it. If they were not locked into it, then they could change their beliefs, right? And they wouldn't believe the same thing, right?
Right.
So they're by
But if we look at the
definition.
definition of the word dogma.
Okay, what about the
We
word?
like playing word games here.
That's not playing word games.
If we look up the
hey,
definition of the
no,
word
Adam,
dogma.
and we proved that the other night. That's why we look stuff up, because we can be wrong. Remember?
Right.
So we look up. Oh, just meant dogma.
Well, something I found out about Lil Google's AI program.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it sucks compared to ChatGPT.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'd search that up on your own time.
I have used both, yeah, and depends on what you're looking for and what you're trying to accomplish. But sure. Okay, we're looking at dogma though, right? We're not looking at what search engine's better.
What does that say?
It says a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true.
Now look at the definition for the word incontrovertibly.
That means without argument. Like it is true. There is no argument. Incontrovertibly. Like you cannot argue it.
Yeah.
Except that we know that dogma, when you do that, you get locked into it, right? Because it must be true. Right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because if you change the belief, then it's not that belief anymore. Right?
Right.
Okay.
But you see that word though. Incontrovertibly true.
Yes.
Meaning unarguable. It's true.
Yes. Laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true. Do you want to see? Okay, we'll go ahead and do that for you. Okay.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay, I see. No. You're correct. You're correct there. Yeah.
Do you want to see what incontrovertibly means, like the definition?
Person making a claim.
Sorry. Incontrovertibly means something is undeniably true or cannot be disputed or denied, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if it's laid down by an authority, that's the part that matters, right? Not that right. It is or is not. Whether it's true or not is one thing, but it's laid down by an authority that says that it's true. This is the truth. You shall believe.
That word incontrovertibly is in the try to discount that word. Given that definition, you just used it right there.
That's what dogma is. Right? That's what dogma is.
An authority laid down
a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true.
As. Okay, so we'll
right.
Look at that word too. As.
Right. By an authority as. Like so if you had something like a cult leader that says something like, okay, well, you use Donald Trump as an example because he runs a cult. So the election was stolen from him.
He doesn't run it, he's in it. He's a part of it. I said he doesn't run it, he's in it. He's
the head.
Face.
He's the head. Whatever. He's the head of the. You think that once Trump's gone, all those people are going to stick around for like Steve Bannon or somebody? They're only there for Trump, dude.
Well, they'll probably support somebody.
He runs it.
The Trump.
Anything Trump says, they do. Period. It's Trump's cult. Which I'm glad to see that you're not like all sucked into, like fully. Some of the things you've said have been a little bit sketchy, bro.
Well, in your mind, you think I support him.
Well, you didn't vote against the evil, so you didn't stand against it, so you stand for it. That's how shit works.
Relation to Nazi Germany, right? So if I would have took my family and fled the country, I would have been for Nazi Germany?
No. If you would have fought against it?
I didn't. I left. I played the bitch card. I ran.
You saved people, right? You took your family and you left.
Saved my family and I got out.
Yeah. And? Are you? Is this a scenario where you have the capability of taking others and you've left them like intentionally?
I didn't stand against it. I
No,
just took my family and fled. And I only took
standing
my
against
family 'cause they're
something
related
does
to me.
not. Standing against something does not necessarily mean that this fight is like this moment and I must give my life in defense of something. Standing against something can be getting out and living and teaching others, right? You don't have to just necessarily like
That is a good point.
Right, right. There were many people. There are to look at Ukraine. How many people left Ukraine when Russia invaded? Do you think they've just bitched out?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Right? You think they did bitch out?
There's still a lot of civilians in Ukraine. They're living under martial law right now.
No, they're not.
They're not.
No.
You sure?
They have some like wartime laws going on. Like, what do you think is going on in Ukraine? Do you believe Trump when he says that that Zelensky started the war, that Ukraine started it, and Russia is the aggrieved party?
Yeah, see, that's what kind of made me stop kind of liking the guy. Because remember, I said I found him to be the most likable. But
yes, I do.
When he came into office, he's doing some very questionable, unlikable shit.
He always has, Adam. Donald Trump has never, ever, ever been a good character. Not once in his rotten fucking life.
I don't think any of them are. I think the best option we had was
stop
the
it.
doctor guy.
Stop it. You can't do that. Not all politicians are like that. Not all people are evil. Donald Trump is
part of the Klan. No, Donald Trump is a part of the Klan. So is Kamala.
What? No. They are the like polar fucking opposites. You don't know jack shit about either fucking one of them.
I don't think you know how this world really works.
Really? And you think that you know half my age, guy?
Yes, and this is what saddens me is because
what did you learn? What did you learn in the army at 17 years old?
What did I learn? I didn't go into the army at 17.
Oh, you didn't. I'm sorry. That was me. Yeah. So you.
Oh, you went to the army at 17?
I did. Yes, I dropped out of high school.
I went at 22. I'm actually trying to go back.
You went into the army at 22?
Yeah, and I'm trying to go back.
Oh yeah. Did you do a 2-year tour?
Unfortunately, I had a very unfortunate experience during my training.
Did you get hurt or what? Did you get recycled a bunch or what happened?
No, there was a certain female who didn't like a joke I made and decided 2 weeks later that I was harassing her because of an old joke that I made 2 weeks previously.
Were you harassing her?
No. In fact, I didn't even talk to her since then. In fact, to prove basically, I guess, her battle buddy, right? You guys had battle buddies back then.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Her battle buddy came up to me and told me immediately after she did it, because she knew that was bullshit. It was fucking bogus. But yeah, so I had an unfortunate experience, and it led me to basically once I completed basic training, I went out and instead of focusing on training like I should have, I went and decided to party, and
I can relate.
Bringing that party back with me to base.
And you got yourself booted or what?
Pretty much, yeah.
Did you get a dishonorable?
No, I was cool with the drill, so they hooked me up with a Chapter 11 and blamed it on medical stuff, which is kind of what I'm having a problem with getting back in, is they want me to obtain records that don't exist.
So you're saying that like you're fake?
What?
You got out of the army on a medical discharge, but you should have been kicked out on a disciplinary?
I should have got a dishonorable for what I did, because I brought back a vape pen that happened to have you see, I was ignorant to what Delta 8 was.
Okay. You know Delta 8 is? Yeah, it's THC. Yes, for those of you who don't know.
I thought it was more like a flavor. I thought it was like a taste. You know what I mean? I was like,
no,
I'm not gonna smoke weed.
You
I
knew what it
bought
was.
the shit in the store.
It says THC right on it, man. Come on.
Yeah, but I mean, weed wasn't legal in the state of Georgia.
Yeah,
And
you
Fort
knew
Benning,
that you
like,
shouldn't be hitting it, and you knew you were
oh yeah,
wrong,
I
and
was
you
doing a
took
bunch
it
of
back to
shit I shouldn't
base.
have been doing.
And then because you said you were in with the drill, he got you out on a medical discharge
It's not that I was
instead.
in with the drill, is that I became a likable character along with the drills. They liked
Were
my
you a
character
likable
and my
character like
person,
Donald
so they
Trump is a
decided to
likable
hook me
character?
up. Hmm,
Were you a likable character like Donald Trump is a likable character?
I guess.
Really? So you were harassing her.
Wow.
Okay.
That's the biggest cheap shot ever.
That was not a cheap shot. That I was being
Below the
dead
belt.
serious. I was being dead serious because from the explanation that you just gave, I fully take her side.
Well, hey, I don't really care.
I know you don't. You don't really care about anything. That's the problem.
I don't really care that you've already taken her side and you know very little about the subject or the story. You know
Well,
what I
no,
just
no,
said.
I am responding to what you just told me.
Exactly. You know
The
what I
only
just said.
thing I know is what you told me.
Like I said, so do you want to hear what the joke was?
Sure.
Okay. So where'd you go? Like were you in Fort Benning at all?
No, I went Fort Jackson.
Okay, relax in Jackson. I see.
Yeah, relax
All
in Jackson. It was 99 degrees and 90% humidity. Yeah.
right.
26
You're not gonna
mile
tell me
road
the cheap shot
26
that you
mile
gave me.
road march with a ruck on your back in 99 degrees and 90% humidity with brown recluse spiders crawling all over the fucking place,
Yeah,
man.
try doing a 10-mile ruck while it's fucking raining, storming, wet, and 30 degrees.
Been there too, man.
But
Yeah.
this is the story. So we're in line waiting for Eagle Tower. Eagle Tower is a very famous tower. Everyone who goes to Fort Benning
They
has
called
to
it
go
they
there.
called it Victory Tower at Fort Jackson.
Okay, so
Yep, same thing.
pretty similar.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Same thing.
So we're waiting in line for the harnesses, right? It's like a group of maybe like 3 guys and like 4 guys and like 3 girls, including me, right? But before it started, before the whole little group clicked together, right? I'm sitting there chatting with a friend, and there's this girl, her name Private Mitchell, right?
Yeah, you don't got to say names and shit, man. It's cool.
Okay.
So there was a private.
So I'm chatting with him, and he's chatting with me, and he says something that's kind of like kind of dirty. If you're familiar with the rules of Sharp, right?
The rules of what?
Sharp, the Sharp program.
Sharp? I'm not, but
So the Sharp program was put in place around probably like around 2014, 2013. Stands for sexual harassment, assault, um, retaliation, and prevention, I believe.
right.
And
Makes sense.
basically, they have this kind of dumb rule there, as anything that you say sexual could be sexual harassment.
That's not a dumb rule. That means that you better watch your ass, Adam.
Well, once I finish the story, you're gonna
Okay.
probably find out this is a pretty dumbass rule.
Okay. Well, the rule's not dumb. The application this time may be depending, but the rule's not dumb.
I don't
No.
think it's entirely dumb, but I think it opens
Right,
the door to being able
because
to
you know
weaponize
that
it.
different people have different sensibilities, and some people just kind of go overboard, and you know how it goes, man. Come on, there's rules in place for a reason.
I
But
went
anyway,
in for the infantry.
Okay.
I don't know what you went in for, but I went in to be on the front lines in the fucking war, in the battle,
And
as a soldier,
as a
as an
warrior,
infantry
right?
soldier. Do you think you should be worried about what the next guy is saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's a dumb question. Yeah. That's a stupid ass question.
Okay,
But,
let me address you.
let me just continue
Hold
the
on,
story.
hold on 1 second. I want to put pause on your story for 1 second because you brought up that you went in to be a warrior, right?
Right.
Well, I said
But I went
warrior,
in for honor.
but that's where I was going to go. Do you think that a warrior should have honor?
Yes.
Can you have honor without honesty?
Yes, as long as you're honest to your truth, to yourself.
So when you lie, you can be honest with yourself?
Well, as a Christian, I wouldn't tell you that you should lie. I would actually tell you should tell the truth.
As
and have
a
integrity.
man who
I didn't
holds
practice that back then. I
honor,
wasn't a Christian either.
Adam, as a man who holds honor, is honesty important?
fact, I got my dog tags right here. It says none.
Answer. That's your blood type, dude. Or no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Right
no,
here.
no. You're looking at the religion line, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. None. You claimed no religion when you enlisted. Lots of people do because they don't know what to say.
So I didn't have one.
Sure. Except that it was forced on you your whole life, right?
That doesn't mean it's mine.
Really? It does now,
Doesn't
right?
mean I believed in it.
Apparently you did. All it took was a random dream.
Like, what?
All it took was a random dream, and you're like, God, God, God.
It wasn't just random, but
sure it was.
There's more details to that story.
Nah, it was a random dream, and you know it, man.
But to continue on to your point, right? You got to be honest.
Can you have honor without honesty? Answer honestly.
No.
You cannot, can you?
Remember my previous statement. Honest to yourself.
I'm going to ask you this one more time. Can one hold honor without honesty?
No.
Have you honor, sir?
Yes.
Is the Bible true to reality? Is the Bible true to reality?
I'm gonna say yes.
You have no honor, Adam.
Okay. Would you like for me to continue this story now, or have you made your point?
I think that you have made my point.
Sure,
you don't care about anything. You don't care about how you're perceived. You don't care if you have honor. You don't care if you're honest, as long as you're honest to yourself, which means that you get to make up anything you want. That's what I said the other night. You're sure.
A soldier is captured in the middle of war.
Mm-hmm.
He's now interrogated on where and how a shipment is going to be brought forth. And he lies, and they kill him anyway. Did he die with honor?
I imagine he did. If he didn't tell...
How?
What do you mean he lied? He didn't tell them the truth, and he protected... You mean he fulfilled the oath to not divulge information and was honest with himself? You're conflating honesty. No. If someone is interrogating you to gain information that would damage you and your own, that wouldn't be being dishonest to tell them something that's not true. That would be telling them a bunch of bullshit to throw them off the track. Right? I mean, you got to use your brains here a little bit, right? Do you know the term guile?
Technically, he was dishonest.
Do you know what the term guile means? Yes, technically he was dishonest, right? Pardon?
Beguile or just the word guile?
The word guile.
Actually, no.
Here it is for you. It is sly or cunning intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard that before? In the infantry, you should have heard guile. Like guts and guile.
Yeah, no, they never mentioned that.
Really? I'm surprised. I went to Jackson, not Benning, so. Right. No, I'm just playing, man.
Yeah, no, they put us in the sand and make us sit there on our fucking elbows for...
Oh, hell yeah, I've been there, man. Did you ever, did they make you drink, it sounds like you went in the winter. Did they make you drink water like crazy?
I went in July, but I didn't get out until December. But no, they give you a Camelback and basically force you to keep filling that thing up. And if they catch you with a little bit.
See, I was in,
and that's the platoon.
I was in 95. We had 2 canteens that they expected us to keep full at all times. Like you go hit the water horse and just like fill those up. And we get off the range and it would be down both canteens and then go run and fill them up. And you'd have guys going around the corner and just like hocking up a whole stomach full of water, man. It was good times, man.
All right. I don't understand. Like they give us a Camelback now and then yet still they expect us to carry around these canteens.
Yep. Because you can't have enough.
They're not even metal.
Don't even matter, man. You cannot have enough water. You get out in the sticks, man. You don't got water, you're screwed.
Like that is a big obstruction to both of my sides there. Like I have a camel that
Actually,
there's no need
okay,
for
here.
canteens anymore.
Let's bring us back to the God question, right? Why is all the
Right.
water? If God made the earth for us, why is like most of the water on the earth poisonous?
Poisonous.
Yeah, you know that, right? You can't drink ocean water; it'll kill you.
You can alter it and drink it.
You can distill it.
Yeah.
And why don't we do that? I mean, we do in very very limited quantities.
Well,
Because
it kind of goes in my conspiracy theory there.
What? Because of Elon Musk and his bots?
Conspiracy theory.
Because of Elon and his bots?
Well, not exactly. It's a whole big collection of information that I've tried to make relative.
Yeah, I think you've tried to make something out of it. But the problem is that your information is invalid. The vast majority of it, I'm sure. Now, I'm sure not everything you believe is false, man. Okay.
Why would we harness ocean water and give it to people for free when we could just bottle it from some spring or some place that we claim is better for you and then sell it to you for like $2-3 a bottle?
The reason we don't do desalinization is because it's extremely hard. It's very expensive and time consuming and materials intense. And
really,
just
distilled water is hard to make. Distilled water is hard to make.
Okay, I have a water distiller, like a 4-gallon water distiller. It takes about an hour, right? You should see the amount of crud and nasty that is in the bottom of it. Like so, and you don't even get like pure water. There's always some carryover, right?
That's cool.
So if you put like salt water in there, you're going to get like 99.9% of the salt is going to stay in the pot, but there's going to be some carryover, and there always will be. You can never evaporate water and get a perfectly clean carryover, right? Unless you go through multiple distillation. That's why like things are like multiple distilled, like when you go buy like booze or whatever. Like 4 times distilled, right? Because they're looking for purity, and in order to get purity, you have to distill and distill and distill.
It's like right? I think if you like distill it and then force it through like a reverse osmosis,
right? That's what we're talking about. Materials, time. It's expensive. That's why we don't do it. But my point was, if God made this earth for us to live on, it's a pretty shitty decision, isn't it? I mean, God made everything, right? No, to make the water poison, Adam. Not to make everything cost a bunch, to make the water poison in the first place.
You see how we're jumping topic here?
I know. No, that's what I said. Hey, who cares? We're having a conversation, man. What? We're having a conversation. I don't care where it goes.
This is going to open the door to a scientific discussion on how water became salty.
Well, do you not know how water became salty?
Do I not know? Well, let's look at your perception here. How did water become salty?
It's actually not that hard to figure out. Like rain happens, right? And there's like minerals all over the ground is minerals, right?
Right.
Then what is salty water? That's just minerals that are dissolved in the water, right?
Right.
So where did all the minerals come from?
The earth.
From the ground, right? And it rains and they get washed out, and it rains and they get washed out. And every time you know what the water cycle is, right? How the evaporation happens, the clouds and rain, and it goes the whole cycle. So every time that evaporation happens, you're getting nice, like pretty clean water, you know, not pure, but pretty clean, hits the ground. And there's things that happen in the atmosphere like lightning and stuff. A lot of rain is deionized and it sucks up a lot. Have you ever seen deionized water? You see what it does? It sucks up minerals. You shouldn't drink deionized water. It can kill you.
Oh yeah.
Right.
They call it in short D water.
Right. It's not good for you because it will literally suck up the potassium and magnesium in you, and it's not great. And I learned about that gardening actually with my plants. Learning about organic gardening, I had made the mistake of using the water that was coming out of my dehumidifier downstairs, and it's deionized, and I didn't realize. And my plants, all of a sudden, I was like, why am I having like mineral deficiencies? Like, what's going on? Like newts, I'm putting newts on and nothing's happening. I'm going like, what in the heck? And the whole thing was I was using deionized water because it was pulling all the minerals and not letting it be accessible to the plant. And that's the same thing that happens out in the wild when the rain hits the ground and it pulls all the minerals down into the ocean. And then they collect and concentrate and collect and concentrate. And you end up with the ocean, right? Salty water.
Right.
Pretty easy, right?
Okay. Hey, let me make an apology real quick.
Sure.
You opened this with an apology, so I'd like to apologize on
I
my part as
appreciate
well.
it.
So I don't mean to try to like discredit your knowledge. I do see you as very knowledgeable. You do know a lot.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I just no, let me not, because that's gonna discount the apology there. But
you think
yeah,
the
no,
Bible's
I
real,
apologize
and I
if
don't.
I've made light of your knowledge, because I'm not, I don't want to try to make you out to be stupid or try to play you like you're dumb or anything.
I would hope not. What I don't understand is why you're doing that to yourself. Why are you playing dumb?
You know, I really would like to get back to this story on how I'm not a fucking sexual harasser. I'm not a fucking weirdo. Like you're trying to play me. Like you tried to play me there.
Okay, finish. Okay, unpause. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're standing in line waiting for Eagle Tower, right? We're waiting for the harnesses.
Right.
Guy I'm chatting with, right? He says something sexual, and I remind him about the sharp rules. Like, hey man, watch out. You know what I mean? Got female behind us. Private M, right?
Mm-hmm.
She chimes in. She's like, no, don't worry about it. You know, I'm cool. I'm like one of the guys. You know what I'm saying? Starts chatting with us and telling the gossip that's going on in the ladies'
Barracks. Right. Okay.
And as we move further up in the line, we get more people chatting with us. Right? We're just bullshit. And they start asking questions. Right? The guys start asking the girls questions. I didn't ask anybody questions, but the guys start asking the girls questions, and the girls are returning the questions with the same interest. And one of the questions I got was, "What are you going to do on holiday break leave?"
Mm-hmm.
This is the joke here.
Okay.
Hookers in below. Pretty common, right? You've heard that before, right?
I have amongst men, yes. I would not utter that in the presence of a female.
Well, when a girl is in the infantry unit with you,
even a fellow
she's like
soldier,
one of the guys, and she's expected to go into combat, you'd probably assume she's kind of like one of the guys, right?
I would, except that she's not.
Right,
and I would
also she was
right.
Equality, man.
Yes, and I would also, equality is also there's reality too, right? Sure,
People should be treated equal.
Yes, I believe that to my core. Do you want to know why I believe that? Just real quick as an aside, because I was born as a one, right? I am an individual, right? Are you a one?
Yeah, I'm an only child.
No. I mean, you yourself personally, you are a one, right? You are an individual. You're not a two.
Right, I'm one person.
Right. You are one person and I am one person. So that makes us equal, right?
Right.
Right. Does the color of my skin change that?
No.
Right. Of course not. Right. Because I'm born one and that other person is born one and we are equal no matter who that person is in the world. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No one is I don't want to say no one doesn't have like things going on in their head or anything where they think there might be, their perception of things they might have more than one up there, but they are indeed one person, right? Mm-hmm. So we're all ones. We are all equal, period. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So we're sitting in line, right? Well, not the backtrack here.
So hookers and blow.
I say hookers and blow, right? The next question I got was, what kind of? See, I'm trying to be Mr. Funny Guy here. I'm trying to be the likable guy here, right?
Right.
So the other question I got here was, what kind of females are you interested in? And I was the last guy to get the question, right? Being Mr. Funny Guy, I said, I don't
she
really
asked
care.
That question? She asked what kind of girl?
No, it was one of the friends. Actually, the same friend I told not to be saying this stuff, though.
Okay. And he asked the group or you?
He asked. So he asked. So he was asking. I think he started the question, and then like a friend beside him chimed in and started asking the females, and then they both kind of just like asking the females, and then went around the circle, and it got to me. So I say, I don't really care. I'm a dog for real, right? Everybody's laughing, right? It's all good. All jokes aside. We get our harnesses, right? We go, we rappel. Everything's cool, right? 2 weeks later, she goes in with this claim, changes what I said, and inserts lies. She said instead of hookers and blow, it was I'm going to buy mini hookers. Instead of I'm a dog for real, it's I'm a dog in bed. Instead of and then add in the fact that she said I wanted to have sex with 2 of the drill sergeants, which were in charge of the SHARP program. Like she was really coming for my neck here, and I don't know why. 2 weeks later, right? I had no contact with her at all in between those 2 weeks. I don't know why she just switched up and decided she didn't like me anymore.
Just wondering something offhand. Did you talk to other people about her in that intervening 2 weeks?
No.
None of that conversation came up with anybody. Nobody mentioned anything to you that it might have been uncomfortable for others or anything like that.
Dude, she had a false witness, a person that wasn't even there. She had a person that wasn't even there in the circle claiming to back her up. When I tell you this was out of spite, when I tell you that this was like out of retaliation for some unknown reason, I'm dead set and certain.
Some unknown reason.
Yes,
okay.
I don't know what went on in her head to make her not like me after 2 weeks of not talking to her and having no interaction, not talking about her, to her, or any interaction with her.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Apparently, the Army found enough issue to boot you out, man. I don't know, man.
Because I was honest and truthful and admitted correctly what I said. And like I said, those rules. If you say anything sexual.
Well, apparently, like I just said, the Army found a cause, right?
Yeah.
But then you said you didn't get kicked out on a disciplinary.
So I didn't get kicked out for that. It was what I did after that got me kicked out.
Okay. Well, you just said that you did. Okay. What did you do after that?
After that, on my holiday break leave.
Oh, right. Then you went and got a vape pen.
On my break leave from basic training.
Right. Then you got a vape pen and you brought it back with you. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that part.
I lost it in the big ass pockets.
Okay, got lost in the big ass pockets. All right, I like that one.
I thought I left it, and
just didn't think you had it on.
I pull out my pocket and it smacks on the ground, and I broke potion and was like, "Fuck! I thought I threw that thing away." I mean, I thought I threw that thing away.
And he's like, "Why you thought you got it in the first place?" Yeah.
He picks it up. No, he picks it up, right? And he's like, "Don't worry about this. We're going to pretend like this never happened. It's just going to be a counseling for showing up late." And
okay.
Okay.
Well, you were late too.
He's like, "Oh yeah,
sorry,
dude. I was like, my morale had went down a lot after this because I had to keep explaining myself on how I'm not a fucking weirdo and how I'm not a creep because she decided to say this bullshit. So I was losing my mind. I'd never been in this position before. I'm thinking the absolute worst. I'm like, dude, am I going to get kicked out and have to go home and register as a sex offender?
I don't think that was going to happen, man.
My whole world was flipped upside down.
I feel you, man. I know how panic can be. Yeah, I get you, man. Just out of curiosity, did you happen to ever apologize?
So they put so the first thing they do is they put a restraining order against you.
They separate. It's not a restraining order. It's an order of separation.
She kept violating and smiling at me while she was doing it.
Yeah, I know how people. Hey, people are people, man. I know. And this is not really what we're here to talk about anyway. But did you apologize? At the first instance,
in the ending statement, they give you an ending statement when they conduct the investigation. You have to write
Did you make it an apology where you're like, "I'm sorry that you feel this way"?
I did. I said I apologize if my words may have been misconstrued and may have caused any type of harm to anyone.
Yeah,
I'm deeply sorry. That is all.
Were you actually deeply sorry? Because you don't sound
Fuck
like
no.
it. Right.
Fuck no.
So do you think that is honorable?
Well, it kind of falls into the story I gave you, man. I was just saying what I needed to say because, like I said, I didn't have no faith at the time. I didn't care. All I knew is that this person was trying to
no.
kill me. They were trying
They
to rob my career from me.
No, they were speaking up for how you made them feel, I think.
No, they were speaking up on bullshit,
okay,
lying their ass off, and having false witnesses that wasn't even in the situation.
Okay, I'm not here to argue the situation. Okay, I do know that things happened, and she felt a certain way, and you felt a certain way, right? And you didn't feel the same way about it, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So one party was aggrieved, and one party was not.
The thing is, I don't think she actually felt like that, though. Like, I don't think there's any reason for her to feel like that.
Well, somehow, some way, she felt a certain way. So, what are we doing here?
If she did, right? Why?
Okay. It doesn't matter. Is it honorable to give an apology without actually being apologetic? Honorable man.
What would happen if I didn't?
You are accountable to your own honor, sir. Are you not?
What do you think would have happened if I did not apologize?
Is it like the reason you do anything is to avoid a consequence?
Do you understand when it comes to the court systems?
Do you understand that you were not in the court systems? Do you know? We have been disconnected. And it is reconnecting. Okay, it disconnected me and reconnected. Hopefully Adam will jump back in. There he is. I see you popping in there, Adam. I think I got to throw you back in here again, though. 1 second. Okay, you should be popping up in just a second. Or not. I don't know. I can see your bar moving. But I don't know why it's not wanting to connect. Hold on. I'm going to stop my camera for a second and I'll be right back, okay? No. I don't know why you're not popping in. You should. Oh. And you've disappeared. Well, if Adam doesn't pop back in, I guess that'll be the end of the episode. Yeah, I'll go ahead and sign it off right there for now, I guess. I have no idea where that conversation went. We were just kind of rambling. Oh, is he back? Okay, he is back. Let me see if I can actually get him to pop in here. Oh, there you are. Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. I don't know why we got disconnected. Right on, brother. Okay, so yeah, you're connected. I'm connected. It still says we're streaming. I don't know why it got disconnected. It's probably just an internet issue. But yeah, and like I was just saying to the audience, because I was going to go ahead and sign off if you weren't going to come back in, that I don't know where this conversation is going, except that you're not being honest with yourself or with those around you, man.
I think I am.
Well, I'm telling you, you're not. I don't care what you think.
That feeling a type of way. So you got into the subject of UCMJ, and you were going to continue on from there. What you were saying?
Oh well, yeah. You were under the UCMJ, not the civilian courts. Is all I was saying. You know that wasn't going to be a problem. You were all like, "Am I going to have to like register as a sexual offender and all that crap?" No, you knew that. And then we even got to that. It wasn't even the thing with the chick that got you booted. It was the vape pen, you said. And somehow you turned it turned into a medical exemption.
Right.
Right. So what was the med exception that they gave you?
So they said I had shin splints, which I didn't.
And they booted you for shin splints?
Yeah. Well, they actually kicked out a lot of people for shin splints.
They must be trying to get rid of people at some point, because shin splints go away, man.
But yeah, they actually kicked out a lot of people for that.
But I have a feeling there was something fishy going on, man.
Ankle pain. So that was also on there.
Okay. So, but you said that there's no records for that and all that. You can't get back into the Army because you don't have the records that they require, so that you can prove that you're okay.
So I was actually treated for hip and ankle pain, but I'm having a problem contacting because they want me to get it on my own, and I've tried searching out for the sick hall I went to and the hospital I went to for the MRI, and the MRI, I mean, for the hospital, they say they have no records of me, and the sick hall, it doesn't even have a number. I can't even call it.
That's odd.
So I'm having issues obtaining these records here.
That's very odd. And you actually went and got an MRI and all that? And you were at the hospital, and you I'm assuming that you actually went and got the procedure.
I even had X-rays.
Okay, that's weird that you're not in the system, man. But hey, sometimes things get lost, or like I said, if there were a lot of people that were getting discharged on shin splints, then that sounds like there was something shady going on.
Well, there's a lot of shady stuff. I mean, we could talk about how $151 million got taken out of soldiers' checks for defect, and the defects never received that money. And they have no
there's been stuff going on like that for forever, man. As long as since people invented money, there's been people trying to figure out ways to steal it, man.
Right.
Yeah, and that's always going to happen, no matter what anybody tells you about getting rid of fraud and waste and abuse. We try our best, but things are going to happen because people are greedy sons of bitches, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you think that me saying hookers and blow, do you think that me saying I'm a dog for real, let's say if she did say the correct stuff, let's say if she did say what I actually said, would you consider that enough to charge me with sexual harassment?
I don't know. I my first impression is that people remember things differently. And this is years after the event, right? I'm not thinking that there's anyone that's qualified to look back. Like you said, can you prove a murder 1,000 years later? Is that what you said?
It's I've told this story to just about everybody. I'm not secreted of it at all.
No.
Because it's just complete bullshit.
Yeah, and I don't think that it really matters, does it? Nothing came of it, right?
Well, actually, I did. I got so all that time
you got
I was
disciplinary action. I said you got disciplinary action?
Yeah. So all that time I was waiting and thinking that the worst was going to happen. In fact, I didn't find out until after I got the vape in and after I was getting discharged. But after all that time of waiting, I realized how much I really fucked up by doing that vape in shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because all I got for it was to attend another sharp class.
For the girl complaining that you offended her? All you had to do was take a class?
Yeah.
So what?
I'm saying I was thinking the worst. I pretty much fucked myself.
And that was, like I said before, you don't really worry about facts. Everything you believe is nonsense.
Okay.
I mean, that's my greater point here, Adam, is that don't you see a pattern going on here?
You're an asshole, you know that?
Am I?
Asshole. Fucking
Yeah.
wrinkly star.
How am I an asshole? Because I brought the reality back to the conversation. No,
your response is like, yeah, it's all on you, buddy.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's all on you. I just said that I wasn't there. I don't know the full extent, and people remember things incorrectly. And I've only heard your side of the story, haven't I?
Right.
So well, as I said, I'm not qualified to give an answer on that. I don't have enough information to give you a proper answer.
I kept everything. I have all the reports. I have
okay.
Every single
Okay. I think you're focused on this way more than you should be.
Yeah, man.
This is years in the past, right?
The system was weaponized against me. No. Like, I don't know how you don't see that.
I think that you're full of shit, Adam.
Okay.
Nothing happened to you. You're saying the system. You're saying no. Think about what you're saying. You're saying the system was weaponized against you, and nothing happened to you. You had to take a class.
But dude, the traumatic stress that I was under. By the way, this used
Wait, you're saying so the traumatic stress from your imagined things.
Would you say that to a victim?
You were not a victim. Do you not see your fucking privilege now? You don't see your privilege at all. When you think that someone complaining about your speech makes you a victim.
Dude, the facts are that I didn't, but under these stupid-ass rules, everyone is a soldier.
The facts are still in question. The facts are that you've told me that you said certain things and that she said some other things that she was offended by, right? So it doesn't really matter what those facts are. The fact is that she was offended by something or at some point, right?
No, she wasn't. She lied.
So you get to be the arbiter of who is lying and who is telling the truth, but you refuse to tell the truth.
Again, this is what you're doing. All the records, my man. I have every single statement that was written by her hand. And her witnesses, her false witness.
That you say is false.
I don't have the records right now because I've already turned them into the army again. So because I'm getting reprocessed.
Okay.
But I can get them back. It's not hard.
So is it honorable to offer an apology when one is not, in fact, apologetic, as are you?
Have you ever did that before?
What?
Are you saying you've never done that?
What, misspoken?
Have you ever apologized for some shit you were never really sorry for? Just to appease the
I suppose at some point in my life I have. I'm sure. People are people, yes.
You're dishonorable by your own definition.
I think that honorable and dishonorable are acts that you do, that one chooses to be honorable or dishonorable. Have I always chosen the honorable path? No. I'm human. Like I said, I've made mistakes. Remember I said the other night, I've been to jail and everything, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, like you said, you had your party time when you went to infantry. You said you don't know what I went to. I actually went to school for photography and video production in the Army, right? I spent 11 months in Pensacola, Florida. Like going to school in, I shit you not, in a huge ass mansion. It was weird as hell. With mixed service. It was all 5 branches. I don't know, there's 6 now, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. My very first day there, some of the guys decided to dress up as drill sergeants and put all us newbies through some PT at 4:00 in the morning. And right, fun times, man. Running 3 miles by yourself before you realize that, wait a minute, I think this might be a joke. But they had, my luggage had gotten lost. My duffel bag had gotten lost for basic training, and I didn't get it till the next day. And so I was out, like I said, running in my Class A's. Because that's all the clothes I had was what I was wearing. So they had me out there running like a fool at like 3 in the morning, for nothing. And ha ha ha, joke on me. So yeah, Pensacola, Florida. Fun times, man. Fun times.
It
But
reminds me
yeah,
of the time I came out from the shower. My fucking PTs were missing.
yeah. You have to like run in a towel. I've seen
Oh,
lots
dude.
of guys running from the shower to in the towel, man.
No, they left the towel, but they stole my clothes, dude. I had to shower in my clothes because people kept stealing PTs from everybody. So like I had to wear the same PTs, and like basically every night after I done sweated, I might have to hop in the shower with the clothes on and wash them like that. Yeah,
Okay.
fun times.
Anyway, what were we talking about, man?
Right, your time in the
Honor.
military.
Yeah, well, my time in the military. Yeah, I learned actually. That's what I was going to say. I learned how to do this stuff. I taught myself how to use this program that we're on here and how to do all this video stuff. I taught myself this in about a month because of my military training. I have a background in video production, so it was actually kind of the one thing that the Army taught me that was actually like useful in my adult life. No, I can't say the one thing. It taught me discipline and it taught me like how to be an actual like honest person. But apparently you missed those lessons.
What was the reason you went in for?
I dropped out of high school when I was 17. I was a junior and I was not up for any more schooling because the things that they were teaching me were like basic and far behind me, and I wanted to get the hell out of my religious household. Like I said, I figured this stuff out, like that it's not real, when I was 8 years old, and I lived with my parents until I was 17 when I dropped out of school, and I actually forced my real dad to sign the papers so I could enlist at 17 so I could get the hell out of there. Because, you know, when you live in a Christian household and you know for a fact that it's not true, it's very hard to have conversations with people about reality, because every time you try and talk about something, they say, oh, you know, if God willing, stuff like that. And, you know, if God wants it to be that way, then it will, you know, stuff like that. And like you live in the United States. Can you get away from religion in this country at all, ever?
Yeah, go to the mountains.
Right. Until you come back and you see another person. Right.
That's the thing, is everybody's going to always be spouting their beliefs on you.
Of course they are.
Believe in a God or not.
Yep. And that's why I asked you in the chat the other night, if you will fall for anything, what will you stand for?
Oh, is that rhetorical, or are you actually asking?
No, that's a question, man.
Okay.
If you'll fall for anything, what will you stand for?
That is under the perceived notion that I am falling for anything.
You think
if
the
you
Bible's
fall
true?
For anything, what will you stand for? I'd say you stand for nothing.
Exactly. And what does a man who stands for nothing have honor?
No.
No, they do not. So do you have honor, Adam?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is the Bible true?
Yeah.
Explain Adam and Eve versus genetics. Honorable man.
You know, it would be more honorable if you asked me to explain how or why it is true, rather than just focusing on Adam and Eve and genetics.
Do you want me to use another example? There. Noah's flood. Did Noah's flood happen?
Yes, we have proved this.
No, we have proved the exact opposite. Noah's flood is a physical impossibility. Could not have happened. Yes, really. Yes.
So
actually, I was thinking about this one earlier too. Hold on. I was thinking about this one earlier. Noah's Ark. In the book, it says that God made every creature, great and small, like enter the ark. Does that mean that every microbe species on the planet went and got on the ark? All creatures, great and small. Or did God not know about microbes?
Okay, I see the point here.
Right. So Could Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark happen?
But how? First of all, hold on.
No.
How is a microbe
A creature?
developed?
Huh? No,
How
no,
does
no.
it form in the world? How does it come about?
Are you talking about like the origins of life all of a sudden? Hold on. We'll get there if we want to.
We know
Okay.
life does not come from non-life.
Do we? Because that's not true. We don't know
That's
that.
not. Name one example.
I said it's not true that we know that. We don't know that. Do you know the term abiogenesis?
So you're going to disregard everything else we know about life because we don't entirely know one subject?
No, you said that we know that life does not come from non-life.
Yes.
That's not true.
We've never seen an example
No.
in the history of humanity. We have never seen an example of life coming from non-life.
So if you've never seen something, that means that no one knows something? Like, what are you talking about? We've never seen. You said we've never seen something. Right. What are you talking about? We've never seen life come from non-life.
Yeah.
Have we ever seen life come from like a sterile ball all of a sudden has life? Have we ever seen that happen? Like where life just poofs into existence?
Yeah.
Ever. So why would we think we never have, right? We've never seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So why would we think that God just poofed Adam and Eve into existence and all the animals and all the plants and all the trees? I mean, plants are trees are plants, but you know what I mean, right? Like all the animals and plants, all the people, he just poofed that into existence. We've never seen that happen. How is that even feasible?
Well, not all the people, just two people, but all the
right. So yeah, yes. Two people. But one
under the
wait, two people. Let's go back to this. Hold. Two people.
You don't even want to answer.
The answer continues, my brother. Two people, one made of mud. God steals a rib from him to make the other person. That second person is a clone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Do you know what happens when human clones? Well, it doesn't happen in reality, but we've seen it in animals. Do you know when clones breed? Do you know what happens?
What happens?
Well, do you know the term inbreeding? How many generations since Adam and Eve? All inbred. More than once because it happened after Noah, too.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. That's what you're telling me. But you're telling me that genetics is also true.
Again, the Bible explains where and when and why this changes.
No, it does not.
It does.
No.
It really does.
Okay, Adam.
If you would actually just read it and take it seriously.
Really? Just read it and take it seriously. See, that's how I know you've never read the Bible.
Okay. Dude, I read the Bible because I wanted to understand it. But I couldn't make sense of it, just like you.
You couldn't make sense of it. Do you know why you couldn't make sense of it? Because it's nonsense and babble. That's why you can't.
Conflating knowledge.
What?
Again, you can't mathematically
No. What do you mean?
You can't scientifically prove to me.
What? That
English. You can't scientifically prove to me how English grammar works.
Yes, you most certainly can.
Really, scientifically.
Yes. The English language has an
explanation for that.
The English language has an explicit structure that has been refined and like codified over many, many, many years. What are you talking about? The English language,
not scientifically, that's historically.
Well, I don't know if you would like. I'm not sure if you would say it's scientific, like, but when you say scientific, you mean like in a lab coat?
By the laws? Well, yeah, technically, yeah.
No, like, yes, you can. If you wanted to, if one was so inclined, you most certainly could do experimentation to prove the structure of the English language. It would not be hard.
How would that work?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and structure some experimentation for you.
Impossible.
No, I do not. You most certainly look at it. You're already thinking of ways. I can feel you, man. Come on. You're already thinking of ways you could prove it.
I'm trying to.
I know. You see, I told you, you're already trying to think of ways. Okay. I want to show you something right here. Okay. This is right here. Genesis. It's right here. If I can. Right here.
It's foolishness, brother. It's foolishness. I'm sorry, but no.
What is foolishness? What?
To believe that you could scientifically prove English grammar.
Why?
To believe that you can mathematically
you use the terms like listen. You use terms like mathematically and scientifically.
Yes, and these are forms of knowledge.
Sure, Adam. They are structures of thinking. They're just ways of doing things.
They're different observations. They're, like you said.
Yes, they're different disciplines.
And you can't do one way the other way. It doesn't work.
Yeah, you kind of can in a lot of instances. Maybe not every single one. How. Well, who the fuck am I, Adam? I'm some guy.
You're the guy telling me my guy's not real. So that's who you
very easily. This is a very easy thing to do. The problem is not with me. The problem is with you. Yes, you are telling me to my face that genetics is real. You agree with me on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
How then can Adam and Eve be true? Because we know, as we've discussed a few times now, it doesn't work.
Somewhere in Deuteronomy.
Okay, I'm going to read this part for you right here. Okay, is it that one?
It could be Numbers, though.
Okay, in the first part of Genesis, he creates the land and the vegetation, right? He separates the land from the seas. Then he makes vegetation. Can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
And he makes the vegetation, right? All the seed-bearing plants and trees, right? And then God saw that it was good. And then God said, now let there be lights in the vault of the sky, right? So,
which version are you reading from?
I don't think it really matters. But I'm sorry. I'll put it on. I'll put it on the NKJV for you, man.
The new.
NKJV, right there, New King James. It doesn't really matter. Genesis is pretty universal.
It does.
Anyway,
taken out.
There's some things taken out in the KJV.
Yeah, things that weren't true.
see, look at you. You think that you're the arbiter of truth. You think that you get to decide what is true or not.
We all do.
No, sir.
Yes, you proved that point last
Bullshit.
episode. You proved that point.
What? We don't get to decide what's true.
Episode.
What we do not get to decide what is true. What is true is true.
I was lying, and then you Googled it, and you found out I wasn't.
No, that was me making a mistake, Adam.
Oh, that's just a mistake now, huh?
Well, yes, and you made mistakes too, did you not?
Yeah, but my mistakes make me a liar. Your mistakes just make it a mistake. You not see how arrogant that sounds, brother?
No. I'm not saying that your mistakes were lies. I'm saying when you say the Bible is true, that is an out and out lie from your mouth.
Let's say I was wrong.
You are wrong. You are.
Say the Bible was not true.
It's not.
If I say it is.
That makes you a liar.
Really?
If you had never had the conversation with me, right? And you had never, ever thought about these concepts before, and no one had ever challenged you, and you fully believed it, and someone asked you, is the Bible true? And you said, yes, that would not be a lie. But when we go over things and you tell me that genetics is true, and then we compare it to Adam and Eve here, right? And we know that they don't go together. We hadn't even looked at the scriptures yet, and you already conceded that they do not match, right? Why is God wrong?
All right, I got you. I'm gonna answer you, but one more question. If
Why don't
I
you just
say
answer
something that
first?
I believe to be true,
Yes.
and it's not,
That doesn't make you a liar.
that doesn't make me a liar,
That's what I
right?
just said.
So then how am
Except
I a liar?
because we have done the comparison, haven't we? Haven't we,
I
Adam?
find it very faulty. I would like for you to find another one.
Okay. The Tower of Babel. Orbit. Compare.
Compare.
The Tower of Babel was a mud brick tower, right?
Mm-hmm. If we read that part, I'm sure it talks about how it stretched into the sky.
Right. Do you think that the God might possibly have been aware of that as soon as the people got a little bit higher than a mud brick tower, they would not have been able to breathe properly?
That is a good point. I'll give you that.
So God didn't know that altitude might be a problem for the people.
Do you believe that the
but the
world's
altitude was
atmosphere was a lot more
in the
oxygenated?
in what 6,000 years ago?
You do know
What are you
about
talking about?
the 7 layers, or I believe it's
A
8,
dip? What?
about layers of the atmosphere.
Sorry.
Correct?
Okay. What about them?
Okay, so you do
That's what
know
I'm
that the world
saying.
used to
Yes.
have more oxygen on it, right?
Depending on how far back you go, and there's lots of variables, and that's a loaded question. I mean, but there was times when there was much greater carbon dioxide levels. I mean,
okay, but people skydive all the time, and they can breathe in the sky.
Sure. And what happens if you go up into the altitudes where passenger jets fly? Can you skydive?
Does it say they went up to the altitude of passenger jet?
Right. So the God didn't know that if they would have kept building their little tower, at some point, they were going to come up into a problem, right? And the God didn't know this.
I'm sure the focus was mainly on the intent. Because
what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, do you know why the people were building the Tower of Babel?
To get closer to God. And God went,
to get closer, they just want to be friends?
Maybe they thought that they, do you know, like, historically, that like most gods in ancient cultures lived on mountains? And they were up in the clouds, right? Like Zeus and on Mount Olympus, that type thing?
Yeah, what does those have to do with the
That's why they were building a tower, because they thought, oh, those clouds right up there.
Yes,
and this is the place. If we go up right here, God's right there. And then the God didn't realize that they wouldn't be able to build very much. Do you know what happens if you get over like 10 stories with a mud brick tower? It's actually one of the problems that they have in the arid world. Is you can only build so high with mud. It falls down. Right. And then, when it rains, you have to rebuild it, and it doesn't rain very often.
Thousands of years, if we were all speaking the same language, how much could we accomplish?
See, that's the other thing that we need to go over in the Bible. It says for like many verses that the people were separated by their nations in their languages, and then all of a sudden it says the people of the world spoke one language.
No, it says they were separated after the tower was knocked down.
Yep, because they spoke one language, and then God confused their language. When previously, no, seriously, I just finished reading Genesis like 2 days ago. I know this for a fact. It says that they were separated in their nations by their languages. And then all of a sudden, they speak one language, and God has to confuse them because they're getting too high.
Really?
Really.
Let's go back to that, because I'm pretty sure it says.
Well, I got the Bible in front of us, brother.
Changed up the languages after the tower was knocked.
My cat is meowing at the door. The Tower of Babel. It says, now the earth had, if I can actually fucking read here, I'm going to get it in context because it's easy. Now the earth had one language and one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Then they said to one another, Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They had brick for stone, and then they had asphalt for mortar. Full chapter. And they said, Come, and let us build ourselves a city, and a tower whose top is in the heavens. Let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad over the face of the whole earth. Say that says that let us make a name for ourselves so we don't get scattered. Right?
Keep reading.
But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And the Lord said, Indeed, the people are one, and they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. Now, nothing that they propose to do will be withheld from them. Right? Because he's afraid. You get that?
I wouldn't conclude that he is afraid.
That's what is going on here. Right there. That's what it says. Indeed, the people are one and they all have one language. And this is what they begin to do. Now, nothing they propose to do will be withheld from them. Like, if they can do anything now, better watch out, right? And come, let us go down. And again, with us, we got to talk about that too. There's multiple times where he says our and us, right? Let us go down and there confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth. It says right there, that's so weird. I'm sorry, I'm just reading this and just side commentary. No, let us go down and there confuse their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, right? And then the Lord scattered them abroad. What happened to confusing their speech? All of a sudden, it turns into they have been scattered across the earth. It's so weird. Therefore, its name is called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth. And from there, the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of all the earth.
Right.
Like,
so
does that make...
Your point there was saying that
the God was afraid that we were going to get too high and mighty, right?
I don't...
Right.
I understand that you can get different interpretations.
Do you understand what...
Same thing.
Okay, this is not like a hard thing here. That's what's going on in the story. The God is afraid that the men will not be held back. Yes, it is.
God said, dude.
Now nothing that they propose to do will be withheld from them. Right. As in, we just talked about this.
Say he's afraid?
That's what's going on. Why else would he do that?
What does it imply that he's afraid?
This entire story, Adam. This entire story implies that. That's what's going on. He's doing this to stop them from getting together and being wise and learning things.
Let's make sure you're using the correct definition of the word afraid.
You know what afraid means.
Using afraid properly.
He fears men.
Does not fear men.
Yes, he does. That's what this is saying. See, look at it. He comes down to see the city and the tower, right? And the Lord said, Indeed, the people are one, and they all have one language, and this is what they begin to do. Now, nothing they propose to do, excuse me, now nothing they propose to do will be withheld from them. That's saying right there, he's afraid. Nothing will stop man.
All right, couple quick loaded questions for you here.
Sure.
Question 1. You said we are all equal. Do you think that men and women both share the same attributes, can carry the same amount of weights, can do the same stuff with our own physical limitations?
Of course not. What does that have to do with anything?
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
Questions for you.
No, answer my question. I answered yours. Answer mine. What does that have to do with anything?
You will see if I continue
what does someone being physically have different physical capabilities have to do with equality?
Can I just continue?
No, you can answer the damn question.
Okay, so then it's just not going to make sense to you. It's never going to click. It doesn't have any relation to what this is. No.
No. I'm not talking about what relation to this. I'm talking about, you asked if people are different, then how are they equal, basically, right?
Right.
Because no.
Well,
Okay.
no. Actually, no. That's not what I was asking.
That's basically what you said. People have differences.
What I was saying is that our bodies are not equal. It's quite evident that they are.
Right.
It doesn't mean that our physical personalities aren't.
Do human beings have a body?
Dude, why can't I just ask these questions for you?
Well,
why are you trying to trap me here?
I'm not trying to trap you. You've asked something that's really troubling.
Because it was going to be followed by another question, which you keep you
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead with your second question. Go ahead.
Okay. So you believe that we are not technically equal in the sense of bodily anatomy, right?
Of course not, because that's not what equality means.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So with the idea of everyone being equal, right? Do you
fear you're
women?
Talking about the same.
Do you fear your girlfriend?
Do I fear my girlfriend? No.
Right. Let's say your girlfriend started acting abusive, right? Let's say she wanted to put hands on you. Would you be afraid of her?
I would be worried about her, and I would probably be wary of the situation. What does that have to do with anything?
Yes.
Correct. You mean like physically afraid? Like, could she hurt me? Right. Am I afraid of that?
Shaking in your boots? Would you be scared? Would you be afraid that your girlfriend's going to kill you?
You know
Probably
that.
Not.
Do you seriously think that women can't do damage?
Oh no, I know they can.
You served with women.
I'm saying like
what are you talking about?
Into a hand-to-hand fist fight, right?
What, do you think that I'm going to lose, or what are you talking about?
It's not that I think I'm saying that you would not be afraid. You would not be scared.
Maybe not of the individual. I would be scared of the confrontation and the consequences of the confrontation.
You'd be scared of the confrontation?
Yes. Wouldn't you?
Well, I fear no man, but why
you are so full of shit.
Why would I?
You are so full of shit. You're so scared of everything. It's ridiculous.
I wouldn't sign up for combat if I was fucking scared of somebody.
You found ways to get out of going to combat. Honorable man.
So I'm trying to go back. I'm going for the same MOS. I wanted to be a combat.
You're trying real hard, I bet.
I am.
You can't even find your records, man.
I'm hoping.
I
have every record that was given to me.
Sure
I
you
have
do.
not lost anything.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I don't believe you. Not that matters at all. There's no consequence to you having your records or anything, but whatever. Why?
I got all the receipts, my man.
Why is it okay for you to lie about everything?
Why is it okay for you to perceive everything I say is a lie? Why is it I'm a liar, but you've just been mistaken?
Is the Bible true?
Again.
To me, it is. You're just mistaken. No, see, this is why I keep going back to this.
Yes,
obviously, you're going to say, to me, it is. Is that how truth works?
I never said the words to. Dude,
I know. You said
the words
to
me came out once.
I know. You said that the other night, and I'm using that as an example. Okay. If you think that you can say, this is true to me, it's not true. If you think that you can get away with saying something is true to you and other people are saying flat out, that is not true, then you're telling yourself lies.
Really?
I'm not saying this is in every case, because there are cases where people are correct and the masses are wrong. But in this case, yeah.
He made a great point on this, actually.
Wait.
So the
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. That's another tangent, and we've been doing that a lot, right?
Well, it definitely relates.
Okay, that's cool. But we're not going off on another tangent right now, okay? Why is it okay for you to lie?
I'm not lying.
Is the Bible true?
Again, I don't know why you say you're mistaken, but you call me a liar.
Because
it makes no sense.
We have examined the claims. Not all of them, of course, but you can examine every single claim in the Bible. Did you know this?
You're looking for an out.
No, you are looking for an in. You are the one making excuses. You are the one avoiding facts. You are the one avoiding the world that you can see with your own eyes. You are avoiding the concepts of reality. And you know you're doing it.
A long time ago, me looking for an in. Yeah, a long time ago I was looking for an in.
You're doing it right now. Is the Bible true?
Yes.
Liar.
Okay, sure.
Tell me how it's true. If we can look at all of the claims, and none of them are real, how is it true?
I like to go outside.
Okay, let's do this one. Let's do that because I thought of this yesterday too that you need to hear. Can a claim ever be used to prove itself?
What? No.
Obviously not, right?
No.
A claim cannot prove itself.
Right.
The Bible.
You have to take it as truth or call it a lie, like you're doing.
No, you have to look outside of the claim and compare the claim against demonstrated reality.
Not if there's nothing to compare it to.
Well, just so happens, in this case, there is. We have genetics that we have agreed, because all of the evidence is pretty fucking rock solid, genetics is real. So we have two options. Either we throw out genetics or we throw out the story from an old storybook.
Which one you want to focus on, man? Genetics or Babel? Because I was
about this. It doesn't matter about which claim, Adam. The claims are false. And you know it.
To you.
No, they're not false to me. They're false when
for something.
No, Adam. Adam, do the comparison yourself. Do not believe me. Do not listen to me. You take the time, read the material. When it says that if something is claimed, like that the earth is made in a certain way, go look at what the science says. When it says that people are made a certain way, go look at what the science says.
I have.
Do the comparison.
Yahweh is written in your DNA.
No.
Your DNA code.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, Adam, it's not.
Let's talk about science. Let's talk about.
Stop it.
DNA chain.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I mean,
you could not talk about DNA for anything, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop. Stop it.
But you're not, because you're dishonest. You don't want to know.
It's really rich, you calling someone dishonest.
The fact if it is.
It is extremely rich, you calling someone dishonest.
I honestly think it's mainly because your childhood. You have a passion against Christianity because of how people have failed you.
Not necessarily against Christianity, and that's not because people have failed me. I have no. Do you want to know what I have a problem with? I will flat out tell you what I have a problem with. Do you want to know? No. Well, yes. I really, really don't play well with people that lie all the time. It's fucking offensive.
Everybody's liars, and you're just mistaken.
No. I made a mistake, and I apologized to you for it, did I not?
The fact of the matter is, you keep calling me a liar instead of just saying I'm mistaken.
But you're not just mistaken,
because I say the Bible's true, I'm a liar.
Adam, Adam,
do you not see the error in that?
Is genetics true?
Yes.
Can Adam and Eve coexist with genetics?
Yes.
How?
I explained this in the first episode.
If you're going to say that they didn't know about genetics, I'm going to say you're fucking full of shit. You told me before.
Really?
Yes. Who gives a fuck if they knew about it? God should have. If God says, if the story that is supposed to be attributed to the God is not true,
outside of the Bible, right? Just in what I just said, right? You just ripped a piece out of what I said and literally did the definition of taking things out of context.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Really?
Because I gave you a reason of why that could be. And you just
simplified
it, right?
No.
You just simplified it.
What was your reason again? That they didn't know about genetics, right?
I told you.
Yeah,
the process changed.
What process?
I told you it gives an explanation for why and how before we even knew anything about genetics.
You have never read the Bible, have you?
What you took from that is
you have never read the Bible
about genetics. How the hell do you get that?
Because what you're saying is complete gibberish and nonsense. The entire story of creation is like 3 pages.
Understand basic English. I've been using very small words now. I've been using very small words.
Do you know that you're making yourself into a joke?
I'm going to watch this later, and I'm going to be laughing at you. And I'm pretty sure anyone else who watches it later is going to be doing so as well.
Sure,
because
Adam.
You make yourself look like a jackass, my man.
No, Adam. Sorry, but you're the one who has continually made yourself into a liar. Not by my choice, not by my words. You have. You have. Okay? And I've explained this multiple times. I'm not calling you a liar because you think you're mistaken or whatever. You're not mistaken. You're lying.
Lying would be knowing the truth.
Yes, you know
and
that Adam,
or
yes,
with the notion of completely
of deceit,
you're basically thieving the truth.
You are trying to deceive me.
I'm not trying to deceive anyone.
Is the Bible true?
Let's say it wasn't.
It's not. Just say no.
Let's just say it wasn't. Right?
Tell the truth.
Let me give you what you want here.
No, just tell the truth.
What would be
tell
wrong
the truth
with believing it is?
Is it?
It is true.
Liar.
What would be wrong with believing it is?
Liar.
Okay, sure, I'm a liar.
Dishonor on you, liar.
Sure, I'm dishonorable. Yeah, I'm a piece of shit. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's not me doing it.
It was not true.
Do you understand that? It's not me making you be that way, Adam.
See, you're avoiding the question.
I'm avoiding the question.
What would be the worst? What would be the worst outcome for me following it? Other besides the fact that religions have used it and weaponized it.
Wow.
As a only person, right? As one. As a single person.
As a singular person, yes. Yes.
What would be the worst outcome for me following it just on my own, other than the weaponization of religions?
For anyone that's watching this conversation, I'm pretty sure that they've already determined that for themselves. It's the atrophy of your brain matter.
Most of your viewers are probably Christian. That's why you only got 2 likes.
Oh, well, okay, wait, let's go back to that real quick. The whole thing about you said not for me not to off myself. Like, I'm not afraid of failure. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Like, this whole endeavor, this is me wanting to talk to people because I get frustrated talking in chat because I get censored all the time. So we couldn't have a conversation in the chat because it sucks, right? Their chat is like really, really bad. But we can have a conversation here. Right. See, we can talk here. And here, other people can watch our conversation. And then you and I can be an example for other people, right? So that maybe along the way, someone else might care. And my goal, I don't really particularly care if I'm a failure or I'm a success. Honestly, I'm probably more afraid of success than I am a failure.
You're just doing it for fun.
No, I'm talking to the viewer. I'm having a conversation with you, but I'm talking to the viewer later on. Do you get that?
I know, but why? Like you're
Because
not really. You're
okay,
essentially just
I'm
talking
getting
to a camera in a room by
yeah.
yourself.
Well, I'm talking to you, but yes, you're the idea bouncer offer, right?
Right.
Right, and you're the one who gets to be the object lesson for the rest of the class because you cannot tell the truth.
I will
Because
say
you,
I picked up some very decent notes from you,
well, I appreciate you, man. I'm trying.
but I've also picked up a lot of dishonesty to yourself.
I
A lot of
I'm
hate towards a God that you don't believe is real,
I
or any
cannot
God that you don't
no.
believe is
I
real,
don't
which makes
hate
no
God.
sense.
I cannot
You
hate
hate
something that does not
you hate
exist.
God or gods. If they
I
did exist, you'd
cannot,
fucking hate 'em.
Adam. I cannot hate something that does not exist.
Right. Which is why it doesn't make sense for you to have such animosity towards one or multiple.
Okay. I was going to tell you this a minute ago, and we got a little sidetracked again. The reason that I do this is because faith is the problem. Do you get that? Believing
Yeah, and as I
things,
said last time,
believing things by faith is a problem.
why do you care?
Because if
As you
you,
said, we
okay,
give each other value.
Adam, I'm trying to explain this to you, okay?
Okay. All right.
Right?
I'll listen.
We talked about this. If you will fall for anything, what will you stand for?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, why is belief by faith bad?
I would say it's bad because it's based upon no evidence and nobody thinking for
Exactly.
themselves.
Exactly. Is because they're
That's why
stuck.
I don't believe in a blind faith, buddy.
But you do.
I don't.
Is the Bible
Because you don't want
true?
to hear the evidence.
No.
You don't even
You
want to
say
consider
you
the
say you're
possibility
not
if it
believing
was.
blindly. Is the Bible true? We have already determined it is not true.
You have, sir.
No,
You have,
it's
and people
not.
who think
It's
like
not.
you.
No,
But
no,
majority of the
no.
world believe it is.
It doesn't matter if someone believes a thing.
Right.
Belief does not care about reality. Reality is.
Explain to me how a woman could lift a car off of her child.
Adrenaline. Stop it.
Okay. Okay. Adrenaline.
Why are you running?
Adrenaline is a chemical.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Everything about us is chemicals.
Right.
What about it? Well, I don't know where you're running with this, man.
Do you believe the human bodily anatomy, the muscle tissue bone structure, has limitations?
Of course.
How would it even be possible for adrenaline to be the main responsible component for a woman lifting up a car off her child?
Do you know what happens to the body when something like that happens?
Yes, major atrophy.
Major damage. Like you pop
Yes.
joints and you rip muscles. Muscles
Yes.
like burst out of their sheaths.
Do you think she could do that beforehand without the adrenaline? Right?
Well, of course not.
Right.
You do
that
understand
adrenaline
that the
comes
adrenaline
from
was
one-
applied and there
Yes.
was a cost.
And it
Right?
comes from a couple different things.
No, wait,
Yes, there was a cost.
stop. This is, you keep trying to tell me that my ADHD is going crazy, dude. What the hell?
I'm trying to explain this in a way that makes sense to you, but
No,
I
well,
can't seem to
you're
make sense
not.
to you at all.
Okay. I think that's because you're confused on a very base level. Okay, what is your point?
The woman knows it's highly unlikely that she's going to lift that car. But on this adrenaline, right, she believes she can, and she does.
Wait. Where did belief
Her
come
power
in?
in belief was real.
No. If that is happening, there is no time for belief. There is no time for like analyzing the situation. There is, oh fuck, this car is smashing my child. Get the fuck off my child. And body happens. Period. That's what an adrenaline rush is. Like, you get that, right? That we have like a fight or flight, and her psyche chose fight. And when we fight, our body goes, hey, you might need some adrenaline, right? And in that case, because it was such an immediate, desperate need, her mind said, oh, fuck, you need all the adrenaline. right? And then later on, her body said, oh, fuck, I hurt myself, right? Because there's a cost. That's why we don't have that all the time. Because if we were always on adrenaline, we'd all be broken, like, right?
So you're saying adrenaline makes your human body, with your bone structure and your muscle tissue, it makes you overwhelmingly exceed the maximum performance.
What do you mean, the maximum normal performance that would not normally hurt the human body? That's what adrenaline does, dude.
Most people's bodies without adrenaline would crash before they even get anywhere near that weight.
Oh, yeah.
Especially as a woman.
I don't know where you're going with this. What does that have to do with anything? That the human body has limits that we haven't, like, found? Like, what? I have no idea where you're going, dude.
Let me repeat for you. There is no possible way that adrenaline is just going to be the main responsible component, the main thing that is going to make your body's natural limitations. It's not going to make you exceed past those maximum limitations just because of adrenaline. In order for adrenaline to be active, there's two things.
I think that your definition of maximum limits are wrong. I don't even know why we're talking about this in the first place. That was why I asked. Where are we going with this? But anyway, your definition of maximum limits is off. You're talking about maximum limits in normal everyday activity, and then the adrenaline hits, and those maximum limits are wherever the fuck the adrenaline decides to stop. Your body, that's what we just talked about, will pay the price.
Only goes so far.
Right, because then your body fucking breaks.
Well, not in every case. Your body doesn't have to break because you receive a little bit of adrenaline.
What? No. What the fuck, dude? It's like you smoke crack sometimes, madam. Like, what? I mean, I'm a pothead, and you're just wild sometimes, brother.
I haven't had any pot since last year.
Well, hey,
actually,
maybe you should have a toke, man.
Beginning of this month.
Oh, see. Okay, yeah. So it's only February. It's all good, man.
Well, but there's time in between. I take very long breaks.
Okay. Let's change that. Okay. I don't know why you're off on the human body having limitations that are exceeded by things.
The whole point of it is the belief. There is the power in the belief.
Like I just said, that situation has absolutely nothing.
Into a position you have to lift up that car.
Right.
Or else your kid is going to die.
That's not belief.
You're going to lift up that car.
Adam.
Such as a woman would.
You're not talking about belief in the slightest. You're talking about reacting. There's no belief involved. There's no belief. Oh, I believe I can lift this car up. There's holy fuck, my kid is getting smashed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's the extent of it. There is no belief.
So you don't think that when that woman just tried to lift up the car, she just didn't believe that she could lift up the car?
I'm pretty sure she grabbed that car and pushed with everything her body could muster.
Mm-hmm.
And she's trying. Does she believe she can lift the car? What are you fucking on, dude?
I can see where and why that wouldn't make sense to you.
Because
you're actually helping me become a better teacher. You don't know it yet.
Good.
But you actually
I'm hoping to help you become a better man, Adam.
You could never do that.
A more honorable
make
man.
Me less of one.
Lie after lie after lie after lie.
As expected.
Well, that's what dishonorable men do. Dishonorable men lie because it's not important to them.
Dishonorable men. So would you say that your reasoning for entering the army was honorable?
I would say at the time it was rather selfish.
How long did you say it again, by the way?
Pardon? You cut out.
How long was you in, by the way?
I was active for almost 2 years, and then I was reserves, and the army lost me for 6 months. I went to a unit that was not my own, and they had no idea. Neither unit knew where I was, and nobody. I swear to God, I stopped going. I was like you. I started partying, got into a little white powdery substances, and yeah, I shouldn't have never been one of the biggest mistakes of my life. But anyway, you wouldn't be who you are if you hadn't been where you've been, man. And yeah, so I stopped going because I got into a little party scene, and no one called me for like 6 months. I just stopped going, and all of a sudden I got a call from my CO, and he asked me if I wanted to be on the IRR. You know what that is? The Individual Ready Reserve. And he explained it to me as basically like if World War III happens, I'd be on like the top of the list of the people they call. Like I'm still in the service, but I'm not, you know. And then 2 years later, I got my DD-214 and my honorable.
So you technically went AWOL and you got a DD-214?
I didn't actually. I suppose I probably did go AWOL for a certain degree. I suppose, yes, probably. And then I thought, like you said, I was probably expecting disciplinary action, and then I just got the offer of. He was like, "Do you even want to be here?" And I was like, "Not really." He offered, and I took it. So
you're a liar.
No, no,
you're
no.
a liar.
I literally just told you the truth.
Yeah, but you remember the original reason you told me you went in, right? Before
to get out of my parents' house?
Before, to get away from the parents' house. What did you say before?
Because I was done in school and I wanted out of my parents' house? That's what I said.
In between those.
What? What are you talking about?
I believe you said something. I may be mistaken, but I believe you did say something of conformity.
What?
Type of structure in your life, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No.
All right, I'll rewatch it later and see if you can.
Okay, I didn't. I wanted out of my fucking house. I was done being in my house, and the things that I was being taught in school were just things that I had learned like years previously. I'm kind of an autodidact. I teach myself. You ever heard that word before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's what like Sheldon did in Big Bang Theory. He just taught himself everything.
Right.
And I'm not nowhere near like that level. I didn't teach myself like full on physics and all that crap. But I pick up something and I pick it up pretty quick.
Would you say you care about being likable?
I do care about what people think of me. As I said, I prefer people take me seriously because I want to be taken seriously.
Why? Why is it you want to be taken seriously?
Do you not look around you in the world?
Huh?
Uh-huh. And do you see people who you definitely would not take seriously?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And why do you not want to be that person? Because
why would I not want to be that person?
Yeah.
I don't think I have control over being that person.
But that's the thing.
You are upon the person looking at me.
No. You are the one who controls how you present yourself. No one else controls how you behave. Can I control your mind?
You know how the game of telephone is played, right?
Yep.
So you admit that you can say something along down a line of people, and
yes,
they can misconstrue it.
That's what's happened with religions. That's what's happened with religions.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. 2,000 years ago was the beginning of the chain.
Well, and today, the start of the game telephone, right?
Uh-huh.
I say something to a person, and that person says something to
we know
another.
how the game works, yes.
And that person says something to another. Now, those
and it gets diluted and filtered, and it changes over time. We know how the game works.
Yeah, we know. That's not what I'm focusing on here.
And
I say something to another, that person says something to another, and that person says to another. Right? By the time it gets down to the fifth person, it's already completely something different.
That's what I just said. Yes.
Because why is that though? Why do you think that is?
Because people are not reliable.
So all those people are just liars?
No. This is again back to perception. Because the second person may have heard, misheard rather. Like if someone said Mabel is black, right? The second person heard maple is black, right? So the third person gets maple is bland because they misheard the last word, right? And then it makes sense because they heard maple. And they're like, oh, maple is bland. Okay. So they tell the next person, maple is bland. And then the other person hears table instead of maple. You know,
Right.
that's right. That's what happens. What do you mean,
So
why?
these
Because people are
perceive-
unreliable.
The point I'm trying to make here is that a point was made, and a person took it, perceived it in their own way and in their own words, and related
Yes.
it to somebody else.
And
That person did the
why
same
do
thing, and
we
that
look
other
for
person after them did the
evidence?
same thing.
And why do
By
we
the
look
time
for
it's-
evidence?
Hmm.
Why do we look for evidence? Because people can have faulty perception.
Well, the evidence would be just to go directly to the source, but in the game of telephone, you're not doing that.
Right. So in this case, the case being the Bible being true or not, we do have the beginning of the game. We have the Bible.
We don't have the author.
Right. Because who wrote the Bible?
Like 40 different guys.
Way more than that, I'm sure.
5 books of Genesis were written by Moses.
But no. Well, Moses is a questionable figure if he ever existed, and I really don't think he did. Like
Really?
this is mythology.
The Hebrews
man.
weren't enslaved in Egypt.
Actually, no, they were not.
They wouldn't.
There is actually absolutely no evidence. Do you know that the Egyptians kept meticulous records? Do you know this? We have like records of like grain harvest year after year after year after year after year. Do you know this?
Doesn't mean it didn't happen, man.
No.
Just like we don't have any
Stop it.
examples
Stop
from
it. Stop
life
it.
coming to non-life,
You don't even
Like,
don't
bro,
even know.
How do you not see you're not contradicting yourself?
I'm not. If a society keeps meticulous records about a great many things, do you not think that they would have kept records of having, what does the Bible say, something like 1 million Jews?
Well, it wasn't 1 million. It was like around 100,000 or so.
Well, whatever the number is, I'm not quite sure on the exact number the Bible quotes. Anyway, any number of a great population of Jews lived in Egypt in a society that kept meticulous records. In a society where there are records of Jewish people living there as citizens, but not in numbers like that, like individuals, like free people in Egypt. Like, do you know that?
Okay, so
right.
So why wouldn't the Egyptians have the records? Is basically what you're saying.
Right, because if they kept them for all the was like for a generation, it says in the Bible. Right, there would be records of that. Right, and this actually goes. Egypt goes to the flood as well. You know, the Egyptian kingdom was there at the time that the Bible says the flood happened. Why didn't they notice?
You do know Egypt was inherited, right?
Do you know that there's like many things in this world that are inherited, such as these religions?
But since you're here, since we're talking, right? We have Google right here. We could just look for evidence, right? I mean, we have access to the world's knowledge, like you said.
Sure. What you want, buddy?
Do the work right here.
What you want?
Let's look for evidence on if the Jews were enslaved by Egypt.
It's going to give you like the biblical stuff at the top. Watch.
Yeah, exclude the Bible in this.
Right.
Because you don't.
Because you must. You get that, right?
We'll go outside of it.
We
what can
must.
We find outside that proves.
Stop. Did you hear what I said? We must, in all cases, always go outside the Bible. Every single case. Mm-hmm. Because can a claim be used to prove the claim? The Bible is a claim. Can the Bible be used in any way to prove itself?
Well, I mean, technically, it would involve going outside of it, yes. To prove
every single In every single case, you must. It's a requirement.
Most scholars believe it is not true. Okay.
Yes.
So let's see if we can find a respectable website that suggests that it is true and why it thinks
the only websites that suggest that it's true are Christian sites. Do you understand that? There is no good evidence at all, and there is evidence against it.
So does that change it? They change the whole thing because they're Christians?
The Christians,
Christians can't discover whether something is true or not?
Well, sure they can, but they have to tell the truth.
Okay, so what, you're saying you can't trust it because it comes from a Christian website? I'm asking you why.
Okay, a Christian website is going to tell you that it's true. Right?
If you could read it and see that it was contradicting itself or it didn't make sense like you do with the Bible, then you could obviously rule it out and say it's false. But if it makes sense, why not believe it?
What do you mean if it makes sense? Is it true?
If it makes it, yes, it would be true. Yes, it would make sense of why they would say it is true.
I'm sorry, I must have missed a word or something. Repeat what you said.
Sorry, let me grab the mic here. If it makes sense, if it does not contradict itself, if it does not contradict your outside worldly knowledge like you wouldn't want it to, why not believe it? Why not take it as true? Take it as it is.
So you're saying if something is true, you should believe it? I agree.
Yeah.
So how?
If it's obviously true, why not believe it?
No.
Like just because it comes from a Christian claim, a Christian person, maybe a person with bias.
Is it true that the Jews were enslaved in Egypt? Is the question. Not whether a Christian website says it is. Then we're back to dogma, right?
Right.
Laid down by an authority.
Evidence of why they think. Because at the end of the day, when you add up evidence and you make a claim, you make a conclusion, it is all just that. It is all just a conclusion. It is all just a claim.
No, claims and
no. True.
Stop. Claims and conclusions are not the same.
Right, I know.
Okay, so why are you saying they are? It's all just claims. It's all just conclusions. No.
Actually, technically, yeah. I guess I would be saying the same, yeah.
Yeah, that you're trying to say they're the same thing, and they're not. A claim is something that is claimed, that someone says, this is true, and they may have some, some evidence, quote unquote, evidence that they show. And then somebody else can come along and show their evidence. And the one that has the true evidence that can be shown to be true, show the reality of it, that's the one that's true. Anyone can claim anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why honesty is important.
All right, so explain how conclusion is different now.
Okay, let's look up.
In your words.
Okay, hold on. Let's look up just so we can start.
Look it up.
No, it's okay. We can look up claim first.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
In dictionary words.
A claim, but you mean a definition? Yes.
Right.
A claim is an assertion of the truth of something, typically one that is disputed or in doubt, right? Because people, if it wasn't in dispute or in doubt, it wouldn't be a claim anymore, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. And we don't need the second part of that for now. Right. So now a conclusion.
We don't need the second part?
Of the claim, a demand or request for something considered one's due. Like if I had a claim with a court.
What's the verb?
That's a different. The verb part. State or assert that something in the case typically without providing evidence or proof. You're claiming something.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I claimed that the sky is purple.
Right.
Right. But is it? Because we know it's not because of the evidence. Right. Right. And that would be the conclusion that we have come to after dealing with the evidence, right? So conclusion is the end or finish of an event or process, right? Or a judgment or decision reached by reasoning.
Right.
Right.
So I just
Right.
used you here. And I'm going to tell you how I just used you. And why I
Sure.
just used you.
Okay.
For one, I didn't say that a claim or conclusion is the same. I said, I guess, by your perception. I didn't say by your perception, but I said, I guess, thinking in your perception. So that's one thing. But I used you also to show they are different. 2, and 3, I am correct by saying everything is just a claim or conclusion. As I said,
No.
it's not.
No, anything can be claimed. People can make any kind of claim they want. And then we look at the evidence, right? Mm-hmm. And some people will look at that evidence and they will accept it or they will discount it. And they will come to the conclusion that they come to. And each of us, based upon what we have been exposed to and what we know, will come to whatever conclusion the evidence shows, right? Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah.
So
the part you're not seeing there is that you can have very little evidence. You can conclude a claim.
You can come to you can come to a conclusion with very little evidence. It may not be the correct conclusion, right? That's why we
be concluding a claim. Would it not be concluding a claim if it's not the correct?
Okay, you're conflating these two definitions. A judgment or decision reached by reasoning does not necessarily mean the end or finish of an event or process. The conclusion of a thing is different than coming to a conclusion.
Yes, I know they're different.
Right. So, just as I said the other day when you asked if science changes, right? We come to conclusions, and then at any given time, new evidence may be presented. That's what I'm telling you about religion being stuck. You're stuck when religions, when you believe by these dogmatic faiths, you're stuck because you have to believe it.
These two words here can be used to pretty much not mean specifically the other, but by coming to a conclusion, you have to make a claim. And in order to conclude something...
Yeah, can you get a little closer to the mic, man?
Sorry, the mic keeps falling away from my face.
It's all good.
But in order to come to a conclusion, right, you have to claim something, yes?
Well...
You have to already have a preconceived notion.
No, those are different things. Given the event that a claim is made, right? Mm-hmm. Given the evidence that is presented, one will come to a conclusion, yes. But they are steps in the same process, I suppose you might go to. But they're maybe a beginning step, and then there's all the stuff in the middle, and then an end step. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
Would you say by making a conclusion you can make a claim?
No. Well, I mean, yes. By coming to a conclusion about something, you can then further make a claim about the conclusion that you have previously established. Yes.
Right. And by making a claim, have you made a conclusion?
No.
No?
No. You have made a claim.
Explain how you can make a claim and not come to a conclusion.
Because a claim is an assertion of the truth of something. It's an assertion. Do you know what an assertion is? Let's go there.
Right.
Okay, what's an assertion?
Bruh.
You know we're going to look, right?
I understand what the word assertion is, my man.
What does it mean, man?
Let's look it up.
I am. It's on the screen, man.
Let's waste time here.
Waste time. You go, ha, 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 I know what assertion means. I
It's a
know,
very
but
basic word.
we've
In
both
fact,
been
you're
wrong.
asking
And
if I know what
we've
it
both
means.
been wrong enough times where I think looking stuff up is warranted,
I don't think by
right?
your definition you've been wrong many times. I think by your idea of being wrong or mistaken, you've only been wrong maybe twice or
I
three
know,
times.
and I haven't lied once.
So I wouldn't count that as many.
No,
I guess if you look at me as being wrong, then I
right. Well, I
guess I'm
included
always
both of us
wrong
in
and never
there.
right.
Right, I've included both of the us in there, and while I've only been wrong once or twice, maybe 3 or 4 times, something like that, very few in my estimation. You have been wrong, and you have lied flat
Right,
out.
right,
Then and
right.
being wrong and lying are not the same thing. Do you get that? If
Mm-hmm,
you lie to me, I'm going to call you out on it.
mm-hmm.
So stop lying to
But you
me.
understand, I'm not under the intent here to deceive you. I don't
Except,
want to deceive you.
except,
If it's not real, then hey man, I'll just
okay.
admit, man, you're smarter than me, man. You'd have figured this
No,
shit
it's
out.
not. It has nothing to do with anyone being smarter than anyone else.
Really?
It's
Then
a
why is it that you can see that these are all obviously fake, but just about
Adam.
90% of the world can't?
Really, Adam, how many times have I got to tell you this, man? Because every religious person, including you, including the Pope himself, is playing make believe. We are all victims of the assertions and lies that we inherited from our uninformed ancestors.
Right, but
Every,
what
every
makes you
one of
so
us is a
different
victim of
to be
this.
able to see the truth, man?
I've already told you that. Direct comparison, claims versus demonstrable reality. It
You
is
think
very
90% of the world hasn't done this?
yes. Do you okay? You were talking about me making content. Do you understand that I'm doing this in the fucking purpose, in the intent of having confrontation?
Yeah.
I'm doing this on purpose to have confrontations with religious people.
Yes.
Do you know why?
I can assume.
Okay, what would you assume?
I would assume, based upon a little bit of the information I have from your past, I would assume based upon a preconceived notion to kind of hate on people's belief systems because you have found them to be untrue. I would
Okay,
assume that, I mean, I can keep going, but
I know. I know.
I think we
And
can stop there.
okay, now do you see a problem with assuming versus asking?
Do you expect me? Should I expect you to tell me the truth?
Should you expect me to tell you the truth?
I
I
mean, you don't
won't.
expect me to tell you the truth.
I expect you to. I know that you won't.
Even if I believe it's to be true, though.
That's the thing, though. Like I said, once we've had the conversation, and you and I we just did the comparison, right? Genetics versus Adam and Eve. We know genetics is true. But what does that make Adam and Eve?
Again, you have very poor listening skills.
Adam,
I've already answered this like I don't know how many times.
I know that you keep answering it and you keep lying.
I
You
can't
keep
even show you the
you're
actual answer that's given in
avoiding.
the book.
Why don't you just give the answer that's real? I don't know why you don't give the answer. Because as soon as you admit that the Bible's not true, your God goes out the window and you know it.
The answer that is perceived to be real is
Adam,
already a conclusion based upon a selective amount of evidence that people have gathered and have
yes.
decided that these things cannot be relative, so therefore they can't be true.
You're falling away from the mic again, bro.
Fuck. Fuck.
Okay. Given the state that we are in, where we know that genetics is true, can the Bible, the entire basis for sin, the entirety of Christianity is wrapped up in this notion. Do you get that? Because what the fuck is Jesus saving you from if Adam and Eve isn't real?
So, I know you don't believe.
Answer.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
I know you're not. I don't want to hear anything about, I know you don't believe.
Okay.
What is Jesus saving you from if sin doesn't exist?
The wrath of the Father, my man.
The wrath of the Father who wrote down a false book. How many of the claims? How many of the claims? How many of the claims must be false? Is it 90% of them have to be false? 99? 50%? How many of them have to be fake?
Proven any of them to be false.
Is genetics real?
You have used a flawed logic.
No, you have flawed logic. Stop. Answer the question. Is genetics real?
And very poor reason.
Is genetics real?
Yes.
How then can Adam and Eve also be real?
How can Adam and Eve be real if everything we know about genetics is real? Right? That's your question, right?
Yes.
I could answer this several different ways. One way I could answer this is obviously our perception, our knowledge on genetics. Before we were even able to perceive what genetics are, the process changed. That's one answer.
So it was different before? So genetics genetics doesn't work. So genetics isn't true. Is what you're saying.
Process changed.
No, because
genetics not being true.
Do you know the implications and ramifications of genetics being true? How far do we go back? How many billions of years? Genetics shows us this.
How far can we go back, really? That's
to the very beginning, man. Do you know what Luca is?
Really? Enlighten me, sir. Educate me.
Okay. I don't think you've ever heard of Luca.
How far can we go back?
Not that
by
movie.
Genetics, by just genetics, to the Neanderthals.
Oh, way farther than that, man. Luca. Let me see. The last universal common ancestor. It's commonly called Luca. It's no, we have not found it, but we've found the genetic code that shows it. There's evidence for it, that we all came from one.
Not true. False.
Why?
Because we ain't found it, man.
No, we found.
I can't see it, man. It's not believable, man.
Really? Because I'm telling you that
we found evidence for it. The genetic code is universal
across all life on Earth. The genetic code is universal. Do you understand that? Do you understand that you are related to bacteria? Do you know that? Do you know that you're related to a coconut tree? You're related to grass. Do you get that?
Which is why it would make sense, my man, if we were made out of mud.
No, it would not.
Everything.
Do you know what we're not related to? We're not related to mud.
No, not directly. No.
No, not at all. Mud does not have DNA. Mud does not participate in the genetic code.
So is the tree related to the dirt?
No.
No. Okay, so then what does this even mean?
Genetics shows us that life on Earth all came from one ancestor. There was something, we don't know what, because it was so far back ago, but we know that it all points back to one thing. One thing initially sparked we started to touch on it the other night. Can, or I don't know if that was earlier. We're on 3 hours almost. But anyway, can life come from non-life? And I tried to get you to understand abiogenesis. Have you ever heard that word?
No.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put that in. Okay, abiogenesis is the process of life happening from non-life. Abiogenesis is the theory that life arose from non-living matter through natural processes.
Why couldn't they just say evolution?
Because evolution is not what abiogenesis is. Those are two different things. Evolution is not the origin of life. Evolution is the changing of life over time. Any change in inherited traits over time is evolution.
So biogenesis would just be like
the spark. The spark. Okay, the theory, the hypothesis, whatever the theory of it, goes to that chemistry happened back on Earth, way back when. Like we said, the oxygen, CO2 concentrations were different, right? Chemistry was different on Earth, right? We know this, right? So in those little pools of water, once it started raining and stuff, chemicals happened. We already talked about that too, right? The minerals come out of the rocks, the chemical brine begins. And over time, over millions and millions of years, all those lightning strikes, all of that wind, all of that sunlight, all of that nature happening, life happened. The chemicals formed into life. And we see it happening. Do you know that? Do you know that we see it happening? Are you there?
Really? How so?
I'm going to show you. Okay, back in 1952, there was a well-known experiment related to abiogenesis called the Miller-Urey experiment. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay. What they did, scientists Stanley Miller and Harold Urey mixed gases like methane, ammonia, hydrogen, and water vapor in a closed system, right? You get that? Like they put it in a bottle and closed it up. Then they simulated lightning with electrical sparks to trigger chemical reactions because the lightning makes the chemicals do their thing, right? And the result, the experiment produced various amino acids, the building blocks of proteins, which are essential parts of life. You get that?
Do you not understand how flawed that was?
What are you talking about?
Because it produced amino acids, the building blocks of protein.
Yes, this wasn't
that we can now just assume that.
No, we don't. We're not assuming anything. This was in 1952. There have been
based upon this experiment. Yes.
What? This is not the only experiment.
The mic keeps slipping from my face. It was based upon this experiment. Yes.
This experiment was their experiment. This is most definitely not the only experiment.
What else formed out of these amino acids? Or give me another experiment.
What?
To suggest this. To take this seriously.
We are. You're not.
Well, you're educating me here.
I'm trying to. Let's see. Is there other... a new version. A new version of the famous 1952 Miller-Urey experiment suggests that the glass of the flask may have been a key ingredient for its chemical reactions.
This is an article.
This is from Nature Italy.
What?
It's actually on nature.com.
.com. Can we find it .edu or .gov or
Why? Why, Adam?
Because these are credible websites. .coms are usually not credible.
Okay, right here. Okay, right here. It says, in science, you should take nothing for granted. Right? Okay. The point being that these experiments have been going on since 1952. Did you get that? And?
So we're still looking at articles.
Well, I was actually waiting for you to expound with you understand that. We have been doing these experiments, and they produce the building blocks of life. Granted, we cannot let these experiments go for billions of years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. We don't have that kind of time. Oh, hey, there's a. Do you see that little animation? Yeah, damn it. That little setup they had right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want you to play, motherfucker.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out what else came out of this besides amino acids.
I'm sure there were like residual gases and stuff. They only put some certain things in, and they got things out that they didn't put in. That's the point.
Right.
Do you get that?
That's the point.
That's the point. That's the important part. So don't go off on tangents and don't start going off on crazy stuff. That's the part that's important.
I wish you would use the same amount of skepticism on these scientists and their claims, like you use it for the Bible or any other religion.
Adam,
because
evidence.
What I'm getting is that you just take it as a word and
evidence.
You look for a little bit of evidence and you're like, oh, that makes sense.
Evidence, man.
We'll go with that.
Is genetics real?
Is
genetics real?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we know that? Because things get put into practice, right? We know when they function. Right? Come on. I'm not just having faith that they did this experiment and look what we found. No, they did the experiment. It's been duplicated hundreds and hundreds of times. We've been doing these experiments since 1952. We've refined and changed the methods, the materials, everything.
See, here's the flaw. Here's the problem. When it comes to this scientific claim, right? Mm-hmm. And you look at how did they get this knowledge?
Do you understand? Do you understand that no one is saying that abiogenesis is the absolute codified truth? You understand that, right?
No, but you're open to the possibility, yes.
This is what the evidence is pointing to. No one has come to
it seem likely to you that this is correct,
extremely likely, being that all of the evidence is pointing towards it.
So the question I'm asking you is, you have looked at how they got this information, right? As you just read to me this little experiment here.
Yes.
But you're not using the same amount of skepticism of how or
except
why
that I am.
That would be even likely.
No, Adam, I am using the exact same level of skepticism.
Okay, so let me explain how you're not. Let me explain how you're not. Because you asked how they got the information, and you're like, oh.
They did experiments. That's how they got the information.
They did this, that. Yeah.
So how did the Bible authors, how did they get their information?
That's not I'm not trying to.
No, answer the question.
That's not what I'm doing there.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question.
You don't believe in.
They got their. If you're going to say that these men who did the experiments, who got the data, who wrote it down, who documented everything, you're going to say they're in question, but a book from 2,000 fucking years ago is not.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Then what are you doing?
I told you how I question the shit out of the Bible.
No, you don't. You said the Bible is true. You said the Bible is true.
The Bible is true because I find it to be true, sir.
No.
I find it to be true. Here's these two words you wanted to
pull up. You lie to yourself.
For me.
You lie to yourself. Anytime you have to say, I find it to be true for me. I understand that you're talking about, like, it's true to live a good life, right? One should live a good life.
Right.
Right. Is that what you're talking about? It's true? Like the intentions are true? Because I'm not, and you know that. I'm talking about that book does not comport with reality in any way. At all.
You perceive it.
No. Reality shows it, Adam. It's not about my opinion.
So we already went over the definition of reality.
Yes.
true for everyone, correct?
Yes, reality is.
So and we already went over the fact that we don't perceive reality the same way, yes?
Yes, we can have different perceptions of the same exact thing, right?
So if a person incorrectly perceives reality,
Yes.
are they a liar?
Not necessarily. If they are presented with the facts, and they are presented, and they are presented with a comparison between the facts and the claim being made, and they still say the claim is the true one when it is incontrovertibly opposed to the facts. What does that say about the person? If they are unwilling to understand and look at the facts.
Right. If they are unwilling to look at the facts. But let's say they did look at the facts and found the facts to be flawed and inevident.
So you're telling me that genetics is not real?
No, I'm not. I don't find genetics to be flawed or inevident. I don't find atoms to be flawed or inevident. I don't find molecules to be flawed or inevident.
Okay, so what's the problem here?
What's the problem?
If genetics is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
How can the Bible be? Because genetics shows us that we are evolved creatures. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard the term endogenous retroviruses?
No. But I got a good idea. But sure, let's look it up.
Really? What's your good idea? I'm just curious. I'm going to see if I can even spell this.
Endogenous retroviruses.
No, endogenous.
Endogenous retroviruses.
Mm-hmm.
Endogenous retrovirus.
That one.
I would assume. Okay.
I'll just go. You don't know what it is. It's okay, Adam. It's all right.
I already said I didn't know.
I know.
Deal.
Okay, the definition of endogenous retroviruses are remnants of ancient retroviruses that have become integrated into the host's genome. We being the hosts in this case, right? Humanity has a genome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, endogenous retroviruses originate from exogenous. I cannot read, man. Exogenous retroviruses, which are viruses that can infect cells and insert their genetic material into the host DNA. Over millions of years, these exogenous retroviruses have infected germ cells, egg or sperm cells, and have become incorporated into the genome, creating endogenous retroviruses. So what happened a long time ago, millions and millions and millions of years in the past, one creature got sick with something, right? Some kind of virus happened and it got sick and it got encoded into, it infected its germ cells. Oh, shit. I should be on this page. I'm sorry. I'm here talking about it. It's like not even up there. So long ago, something and one of these retroviruses infected a germ cell, an egg or a sperm cell from one of our parent species. And those genetic markers got passed on. And that's happened over and over again. And in our DNA, right here, it says right here, ERVs are present in the genomes of many vertebrates, including humans. In humans, ERVs account for approximately 8% of our total genomic DNA. You catch that?
Mm-hmm.
So 8% of our DNA is scars. Do you know that?
Yeah, so what is the point you're driving at here?
That shows us that along the way we have evolved, that we did not pop into existence, and we didn't get made by mud. We grew from earlier, less developed species all the way back to Luca, the last universal common ancestor. And genetics shows us this very, very clearly. Do you get that?
I see. You just made a
That's what
strong case for evolution.
That's what I'm telling you. Evolution is not like a guess. There is more evidence for
it is true to a certain extent.
No, evolution is a fact. It's not something that requires you to believe in it. Evolution is true. The Bible is not. Period. And you know this now. You have done the comparison with me.
Would be a conflation of knowledge.
No. This is not a conflation. This is a comparison. Conflation is.
Observe this now.
Huh?
Because you have observed.
Okay, your mic, man. Your mic is falling again.
Because you have observed this.
Yes.
You cannot possibly conceive how Adam and Eve would be true.
Because it cannot.
Why? Because the Bible doesn't say we evolved?
No, it does not. It says that God made everything the way it is, and poof, here it is. Right. And it didn't. And it didn't. And it didn't. It did not happen.
Say a lot of things.
Huh? The book says a lot of things, and a lot of it's
a lot of things, and it doesn't say a lot of things.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't say something. What matters is what it does say, and what it does say is incorrect. Okay. Right. And if you don't believe me, which you should not, do not believe me, Adam. Go look. Do not trust me.
My man. I can't.
You have not.
You know why I can't believe you?
I can't believe you because you constantly lie.
Because
you haven't.
For one, you clearly have demonstrated how you have a bias
towards reality.
Bias towards religion.
No, I have a bias for reality.
For religion.
No.
You hate religion. You'd rather everybody see straight like you, and it irks your soul.
I don't have a fucking soul.
Mind.
I go with my mind, intellect.
That somebody can't see it like you do.
No, it's not because they can't see it like I do. Like I said the other day, many people have many valid and valued opinions. Okay, mine is not the only one that matters. The point of what I'm saying is that humanity has been lied to for generations. Do you get that? Mm-hmm. And right now, society is reaping the benefits of those lies. Do you get that? Do you understand that society is on the brink right now? You don't, do you?
You speak a lot of truth.
I try. Okay. Do you understand that I try with every fiber of my being to be truthful in everything I do?
I really hope you do find the truth, the way in the life.
Well, you know that's not in the Bible, right?
I don't think it'd be possible with the way you're looking at things.
Do you know why I will never be able to find that?
Trying to make them relative.
Do you know why I will never be able to find that? Because Jesus lied.
I can make a couple assumptions on why you believe so.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. We already went over this. You shouldn't make assumptions. If you want to know something, ask.
So you just expect somebody to tell you the truth? Again, like
no.
I already said before.
Like I said, I do expect that people should be honest, but I know that they're not going to be.
Right. You should expect they're probably going to be dishonest, even if they don't know that they're being.
No.
Even if they don't.
I expect that they should be. The people that I value and that I have in my life that I consider to be close do not lie to me. If someone lies to me, I do not consider them to be a close friend. Do you understand that? That when I say that you cannot have honor without honesty, I mean that. You get that, right? You keep trying to say that I've been lying. I have not. That's why I say, do not believe me. Go look.
What about little white lies?
What about them? Have I ever lied in my life?
Lies?
Yes, of course I have. We've gone over this. I'm human. I have made mistakes, and I have not always held this particular philosophy.
Have you ever told a story, right? Have you ever told a story, and then kind of like you said, people remember things differently?
Yep.
You ever thought, wow, maybe.
Yes, and I don't generally trust recollections very well. I don't generally trust recollections very well.
So you really don't trust your own brain?
No.
Wow.
No one should. What? What? That's what science is all about. You get that, right?
Why are you leading yourself around with your brain? Why are you acting out on your
I don't have much of a choice, do I?
You don't have much of a choice.
Right.
Yeah, you do.
Do you know what science is about? About removing bias? That's what the entire point of science is to remove the bias.
You've gotten lower in volume now.
Oh, did I? The entire point of science is to remove our bias, because we all have biases. All of us. We can't, it's unavoidable. We all are always going to have biases.
Why can't you skepticize the science?
Hey, I'm using the exact same level of skepticism.
No, you're not.
I am.
You're definitely not.
No, Adam, what you're missing is that I am using the same level of skepticism. I just found out that one of them is true while the other is not. That's all that's going on. And I did that by direct comparison.
You know what a pathological liar is?
You are being a very good example of one.
A pathological liar.
Yes.
You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
You want to Google that shit?
Sure.
And GTS that stuff?
Oh, wow. I almost thought it was going to have a picture of you there, bro. Sorry, man. I had to. A pathological liar is someone who compulsively lies, often without a clear reason. They may also be referred to as mythomaniacs, which is amazing because religion is myth.
I like that one. Let's look at
mythomaniacs. Yep, that's what you are, man. You're a mythomaniac, which is a pathological liar.
Mythomaniac.
Yeah, you're gonna end up using that one, man.
Yeah, probably use it for you.
Right. And do you see that the causes of being a pathological liar are? Low self-esteem, a false sense of self, personality disorders such as narcissistic or antisocial personality disorder, trauma.
Dude, you fit all those descriptions. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You fit every single one of those.
Except for the definition of a pathological liar.
Yes, you do.
How so?
Yes, you do.
So you're telling me, listen to this for a second.
How so? Because
listen to this.
For one, you're saying you're using the same amount of skepticism for science like you are for any other religion.
I am, Adam. That's what you're failing to get. I am. One of them.
This would see you're clearly not.
One of them holds up to scrutiny. The other does not. Scrutinize. You do it. You're telling me that the guy who's telling you, do not believe me, you go do the work and you will see. You're telling me I'm lying to you.
I'm actually saying the same shit. I've been telling you to go do your homework, but you're not doing
it. Adam, how long have I been having these conversations with people?
Let's see. Started out bickering and back and forth on a video.
Okay, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my life. How long have I been having these conversations? The answer is decades. And you don't think that I've looked into this shit?
With me?
No, I said how long have I been having these conversations with people?
I swear you said with you.
No, I said with people. But anyway, decades. I have been having these conversations for decades.
And do any of them like make sense at all to you? Do they all just sound unreasonable and untrue?
Arguments for God?
Yeah.
There is no good argument for God. Not
So
a single
never
one.
seen a good one.
There is not one. There are many arguments for gods. None of them are good. Okay. I got a question for you. You brought up Alex O'Connor the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any other atheistic creators?
I know him, but I'm gonna be honest. I suck with names.
Okay. Have you ever watched The Line? Jimmy Snow?
The Line, Jimmy Snow.
Jimmy Snow's got a podcast, man.
It's hard for me to find a good one. You know
The Line. I'm telling you, just all you got to do on YouTube, just look up The Line. It's a call-in show akin to this, except they're probably better at it than I am. They have actual like real theologists, right? They've got people. They've got scientists. They've got, if you want like actual answers from like, you want like actual like the answers, go talk to them, man. They'll tell you the same fucking thing. That shit ain't real.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
And it's not because it's their opinion.
A bunch of people that'll tell me the same shit.
Right. And is it going to be their opinion, or are they going to talk to you about facts and evidence? And they're going to talk to you about reality.
Facts and evidence
yeah.
to support their theory.
Right. And the conclusions that they've come to based on everything they've seen. Right.
All right.
Have you? Okay. Do you know the name? Do you know the name Christopher Hitchens?
I believe I've heard that. Yeah.
He's one that you might want to look into.
What's the name with the guy who's got the long, like, Mr. Miyagi mustache? You know what I'm talking about? He was pretty good.
The long Mr. Miyagi mustache.
Yeah, he's got like this, like long, like the catfish, like mustache type deal.
There's so many of them, and lots of men have facial hair, bro. I don't know, man.
Long black hair. Like, I mean, this is his thing. This is what he does.
Yeah,
he's pretty good.
My point being that there are many atheist creators out there.
Yeah.
Like, have you never bothered to check?
No, I have.
I don't think you have.
But as I said, I went through this.
Have you ever gone onto YouTube and just looked up, is Noah's Ark real? Just type that into YouTube. See what you find.
I know what I'm going to end up doing.
Is getting into facts?
What I'm going to end up doing is arguing with my damn self.
Because you know that the Bible is false. Because you know that the Bible is false. And that's what it does to you. It fucks with your brain and makes you argue with yourself. And you go, what? No, this can't be real because Bible says so.
Dude, I catch myself arguing with myself on things that have no relation to God at all.
Good. You should. Do not trust your brain.
And I should, because it doesn't relate to God.
No, you should never trust your brain. That's why.
Who or what could I trust?
That's why we look shit up at him.
Like
because
fucking bot? Like I should trust the internet?
The internet?
Who should I trust?
No, do you really think?
It makes sense, man.
So when I just looked up its definition right here, right? We've got pathological liar right here. Right? When I just looked this up, is there any reason why you're questioning that definition? Would you question that definition?
No.
So what the fuck are you on about? You look something up. There's the information, right?
I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't.
So what is there not to trust?
I would not trust it because I agree with it and I perceive
what does you agreeing with. True. What does you agreeing?
That's why I wouldn't disagree with it. Or
what does you agreeing have to do with the veracity of it?
Are you going to agree with something that's not truthful?
Okay. If you, whether or not you agree with something that is true, it remains true, does it not?
Yeah.
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 So what does your opinion matter? Do you choose what is true?
My opinion. It matters
Yes,
only to
your
me.
opinion you can come to some conclusions. Does that make them correct?
No, not absolutely.
There you go. So what
But
are you
if
on
they are
about?
correct, does that mean I'm not absolutely correct?
What? Say it again.
If I am correct, does that mean I was not absolutely correct?
If you are correct, I don't know
If I
if
am
I don't
not,
know about absolutely anything. I don't think that that really term really applies to much.
oh yeah, you did say question everything, and nothing
Question
is
everything. Assume nothing. Question everything.
You understand how
And
that's like not using your brain?
that,
If you
what are
don't
you
make
fucking
assumptions
talking
about
about?
anything,
No,
if
no,
you
no,
do
no,
not
no.
make assumptions on
No.
anything,
No. There is the
what?
base.
Explain how that makes
There
sense.
is always the base assumption that the things that we are dealing with are the real world because we are forced to, because this is the only perception we have, right? We are forced to assume that this is the real world.
You're not forced to assume shit.
Why not?
Why not?
Is this not the real world?
Because you could do just what you're doing. Question everything.
Yes.
Assume nothing.
And
You
when
don't have to assume shit.
yes, and when you question, there is
That's a choice.
one assumption that we must make, and is that this is the real world. When you pick up a phone or a
You don't
pop
have to
can,
assume that.
yes, you do, or else you're not
There
going
are
to be able to
religions out there that
operate.
think you're going to take off the VR headset.
No, okay, listen to me. This assumption is not something you're making on a conscious level. You're making this on the basis of your experience from infant to now. You're assuming that the world that you are interacting with is the real world. Period. It's the one assumption that we are forced, that we must assume. Other than that, you should question everything. That doesn't
Have you ever
mean
talked to, well,
that
yeah,
does not mean
you went to jail, right?
Yes, I did.
Prison?
No, jail, not prison. I didn't do any prison time, just regular county jail.
Yeah, have you talked to a lot of people who've gotten out of prison who have done some serious, heinous crimes?
Yeah, I've been locked up with a few of them.
Do you think they cared if they were in the real world or not?
I just got done saying this is not a conscious thing that you're doing. I literally just said that. You're saying
you are forced to assume that you're in the real world.
Yes. If you did not make that assumption, I suppose there's people who are like psychotic, who have like breaks with reality, that assumption crumbles. Therefore, their mind.
You drive yourself to mental instability or become insane?
People can and do, yes. What are you talking? What?
Okay. So there we go.
Do you understand that if
that just proves the point?
If there. No, you didn't prove anything, Adam.
You are in the real world.
You didn't prove anything, Adam. The one assumption that we are forced to assume is that the world we are interacting with is the real world. We can change that. We can change what we think. We can change our assumptions through force of will, through indoctrination. We can be told that things are true, and then we accept them. We can be told, like, God's going to save us all, except for the ones that he doesn't like. He's going to burn them forever. Right? We can be told anything. That's not an assumption. Assumptions at this level are so basic that you don't even know you're doing it. From the moment you started interacting with the world, like when you were a baby and you found your toe and you shoved it in your nose, you were assuming that the world is real based on all of the input.
I choose not to assume on because it would be foolish for me to make these assumptions and I'd be completely wrong. But
why are you assuming?
I was wrong about believing in God, it would not be foolish because I would live a good life, as you said.
Well, that's just Pascal's wager, basically.
What's up?
You ever heard of Pascal's wager?
No.
It's a dude from. Oh, I got to remember to change my page here. We'll go back to Google here. We can go to.
Can you see I'm honest here? I admit when I don't know.
No, you don't. I
So
understand. No,
now.
listen to me. Listen. I understand that you think you're trying to be honest. I'm trying to get you to understand that you are trying desperately to be anything but.
You're basically telling me not to think and just question.
No, questioning is thinking.
No, it's not.
How are you so deluded?
You can be thoughtful in your questioning.
Yes.
But hell, you can ask stupid ass questions. You probably already know.
And
the answer
guess
to.
what? You're thinking. Come on. When you start asking questions, even if they're stupid questions, you're thinking about what's going on. You're interrogating the situation. So stop. Okay, let me finish where I was going.
Okay.
Pascal's wager is a philosophical argument that people are essentially gambling whether to believe in God. The argument was developed by 17th century French mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal. And how the argument works, okay, is people can choose to believe in God or not, which is not true. You're either convinced or you're not convinced. If God exists and a person believes, they gain infinite happiness, which obviously is not true. If God exists and a person does not believe, they risk infinite suffering. If God does not exist and a person believes, they lose nothing. If God does not exist and a person does not believe, they gain nothing. The key points here are Pascal used elements of game theory to support his. That's all. You don't need a lot of points. Okay, do you see what's going on here? Huh?
Yeah.
You want that
So
part?
you don't see that as truthful at all?
No. It's okay. The very first problem. There are a few in here, but the very first problem is that which God? If you're going to gamble. So you've got how many gods has humanity?
Let's go with Buddha.
No.
Probably be like second in place.
Well, why aren't you then? Because you're going with Bible God.
Because it doesn't. The Bible God makes the most sense.
No,
but,
no, it doesn't.
Other than my reasoning, right? Let's go
Okay,
with
Buddha's not a god anyway. But
dude, I'm picking a faith here, right?
Okay,
picking a belief.
Well,
right?
You picked the one that doesn't have a theistic faith, man.
We already went through this.
I know, and they have divas, and they're divine beings, but they're not gods. Like
Hindu.
Whatever.
No,
I'm not actually asking you to pick one. Stop. Okay. No matter which one you pick, how do you know you got the right God?
How do I know I got the right God?
Right, because you went with Bible God. What if the Hindu gods are real? Aren't they just getting pissed off at you because you're like believing in the wrong thing?
Mm-hmm.
And what if Bible God's real and there's a Hindu person who's used the same thing? And I might as well believe in the Hindu gods because if I'm right, hey, I'm cool. And if I'm wrong, well, then God's not real anyway. Except that what if the other God is real?
Well, then I guess I would suffer in their version of hell, right? Or probably not. I'd probably just, as long as I live a good life,
Really? Because is that how Christianity works? As long as you live a good life, you're good to go?
Well, I believe in Christianity. We're talking about if other gods were real.
I know. And I asked you a question about Christianity. Is that how Christianity works? You just live a good life and you're in heaven.
There are a couple different ways on how this works.
There's only one.
There is one way.
In Christianity, there is one.
The life of Jesus Christ.
Yep.
But the Bible
what did Jesus? You already said it. You already said it earlier. Jesus is the way.
Christ in existence.
The truth.
That would technically mean that all people in the Old Testament would be going to hell.
Yep.
Which is obviously
false. Do you
false.
not see the problems with your religion?
I do see the problems with my religion.
Yeah.
And I see the problems with the interpretations.
No, there's not. It was anything with the misquoting. There's nobody misquoting. There's nobody taking shit. There's problems.
You're not reading correctly.
No, it's because your religion does not comport with reality. Period. And you're playing make-believe. And you're lying. And the reason I know you're lying is because we together have gone over this. Is genetics true?
Back to the genetics.
Well, this is the crux of it, isn't it? If the Bible is true,
argument.
What?
This is part of your argument.
My argument is that we have all been enslaved to ancient dogma written down by people who had no idea what happened to the sun when it got dark outside. Do you know what happens to the sun?
Right, yeah.
Right. Because the sun didn't go anywhere, did it?
Question.
Go for it.
Do you have a college degree of any sort?
I have the military equivalent of a bachelor's degree, but not any. No, I have no academic credentials. No.
The military equivalent for a bachelor's degree. What is that for the time? Because they don't have those no more.
That's they do. Whenever you get a certificate of completion at the military level, I don't know if it's actually used that way in the academic world, but that's what they call it in the military. Is it's the military equivalent of a bachelor's degree.
So it's like a college in the military, right?
Right. I went to my school and they gave me my graduation papers. Yeah. I
believe nowadays they send you out.
I don't know. I'm like I said, I was in like the mid 90s. So
right.
It's been a minute.
Lot.
Yes,
so
it
that's why
has.
I'm asking you what it is. So they gave you this degree, and what was it? What was it, if you don't mind?
In still photography and video production.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember I told you.
So, do you have any degrees in biological sciences at all?
No, I do not. What does that matter?
Do you have any degrees in mathematics at all?
No, I do not. What does that matter? I am fully capable. No, I understand where you're going here. I understand. Stop.
You're not a credible person.
No, I am.
Speaking of subjects.
Listen, goddammit.
I'm listening.
I didn't say that I hold degrees. I'm not claiming that I know these things because I have gone to school to learn them. You know, you know that genetics is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a degree in genetics?
No, I have a basic high school.
Right. And a working knowledge of the world around you, correct?
A basic knowledge.
A working knowledge.
I call it quite basic.
Right. You may not know everything, right? But you know how to function in the world, right? You know how to work. You have a working knowledge of the world around you. Right? Like I said, you might not know everything, right? But you know certain things. And we know that genetics is real. Right. So all I'm doing... What?
How do we know that?
We've gone over this. How does Maury get to say you are not the father?
I mean, but like...
Right, we know genetics is real. Like, stop it.
We can't trust our brains.
That's why we go to the evidence, Adam. That's what I've been saying. Right. So what does the evidence show?
How can we trust our brains to make the right assumptions?
That's what science is about. That scientific method that we talked about is about.
How can we trust? We're perceiving.
That's what the process is for.
You have to trust your brain at some point, dude.
You have to trust the evidence, not your brain. Do you understand that just like we've talked about perception, right?
The bloody knife scenario.
What?
The bloody knife scenario.
In the guy's pocket?
I made, yeah. It was
can you say that he's the murderer? You're going to have to get all the evidence, aren't you?
Evidence, man. Just go by the evidence?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Brain to think that it's possible this guy's probably not guilty.
It's possible, sure. Well, anything's possible.
Do you believe in the law in this country?
The law that has failed us dramatically? The law that has like fallen apart?
The actual serious context in the written law. Do you believe that law to be true? Or should it be true?
I don't think truth claims go with law.
Do you believe you should be innocent until proven guilty?
I think that is our right as an American citizen. And the American
should, though.
I agree with that. It's not some like law that is. I mean, that's what we have made.
Right.
Right.
That's not the point, though.
What's the point?
Is that you believe we should be innocent until proven guilty, right? So if we are innocent until proven guilty, even though the evidence it suggests that we probably are guilty. And
then what happens after?
Wait. Search out the evidence that suggests
you just said it. You just said it, and you walked all over yourself. Even though the evidence is showing that he's guilty, right?
Uh-huh.
So what is the conclusion that we should come to based on the evidence showing homeboy's guilty?
Oh, we should assume he's guilty.
No, we're not assuming. We looked at the evidence.
We should assume that you are innocent until proven. Now, I understand this is not commonly held, right?
It's not.
Because somebody with the bloody knife, you're obviously going to think they did it.
Human perception is your very first thing is going to be like, hey man, why the fuck you got a bloody knife? You kill that guy? Like, come on. But we also do know that that's not always the case, right? So that's why
we should think.
So
we should uphold that law.
Wait, stop. It's not it. That is the assumption of innocence. That is an assumption that we make under law, so that we remove the bias of simply saying, oh, knife, body, guilty. Right? That is a tool to remove bias. Whereas the other way around is the assumption of guilt. And we know that we don't like that system. Right?
Right.
Because what happens with the assumption of guilt?
You kill the wrong guy.
Everybody guilty. Right. Everybody's guilty. Right. That's why we do that. We do that for a reason. And that's not an assumption like we're talking about, like, I assume this is true. That's not the same kind of assumption. That is taking a stance. We're assuming that stance. Do you understand that there's a difference there?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
that's.
All right
if I run to the bathroom real quick?
Actually, yeah. Why don't we just go ahead and call this, man? We're at 3.5 hours.
Oh man, I was having fun, man.
I kind of am too, but that's okay, man. Because we'll come back for another one, right? We'll have part 4.
Right.
Is that cool with you?
How long are we gonna do this?
I got to tell you, man. I appreciate tonight way more than last time. Okay. I honestly, I did not mean for that to devolve into a little pissing match. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No, I do see a noticing change in your actions, but
okay.
Yeah.
Now
I'll leave it at that.
I do want you to be honest. Okay.
As well as for you.
Okay, I am being honest. I want you to not believe me. Do not believe a thing I say, man. A single fucking thing. Go look.
I look. I can't say I don't want you to believe me, but to be honest with you, I don't want you to believe me. I would like if you actually did your homework. I really would.
Okay, there's a problem here, Adam. I know that the Bible's not true.
I see you've done about half of your homework.
No. How long have I been having these conversations with people? Does it really seem like this is like my first rodeo?
No.
No, it doesn't, does it?
It kind of seems like I'm the first person to at least try to make sense with you. Because it sounds like everyone else just kind of like left you in the dust.
No. I talk to dozens of people every week, just like I found you in the comments.
Huh?
I talk to dozens. You were the only one.
Anybody can make
Hey,
comments on a post
hey,
and
yeah.
bicker back and forth.
And
We're fellow keyboard
do
warriors.
you know how many of those people can answer my questions?
Probably none.
Exactly. Do you know why that is?
Because you assume they're all liars.
No. Because
spreading misinformation.
Because the Bible's not true. None of our ancient religions are true. Do you know how many gods humans have invented? Do you know that?
I guess I would have to disagree with you. I guess I would not have to. I would have to not believe you because I don't believe that all
Don't
of them have told
me.
you nothing that was true. I mean, because the
We
Bible
talked
is
about
not
this. There are truths, right? Like we talked about this. Like it's good to be a good person, right? Like, and that's found.
What is a good person?
And that's found in varying different messages in varying religions, in the majority of religions, right? That's right. Because these are things that humans have developed, not gods. Humans developed those things, right? Right. How many gods have humans? Anthropologists estimate that humans have worshipped at least 18,000 gods, goddesses, and other objects since the beginning of our species. So Pascal's wager, man. Which god? Right.
Well, I would say that a god that promotes, not what a religion promotes, but the actual God in some type of scripture or something.
Microphone, brother.
It's not moving. It's not working.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Right. Which God? Right.
Right. Which God, man? And I know you've decided on Bible God, but we know that the claims made in the Bible do not comport with demonstrated reality. There's a problem there, Adam.
Well, the problem is that there is no demonstrated reality for God or the heavens.
Exactly. Well, the heavens. Right? I mean, the heavens. We kind of touched on that the other night. We know what the earth is. Presumably, everything else that's not the earth is the heavens. Right?
No.
Yes.
It's I disagree there.
Okay, so
you're gonna tell me space is the heavens, outer space is the heavens.
You really don't know what the heavens has been historically referred to? Yeah.
Yes. I know what you're getting
at.
I understand.
Literally everything that is not the earth. If it's the earth, it's the earth. If it's not the earth, the heavens.
Have you seen the outer edge of the solar system?
Are you talking about like the Oort cloud?
They get like a picture of it you can pull up probably on Google.
Yeah. What about it?
The outer edge of the solar systems.
Okay.
It's a collection of all the.
Yes, I know what the Oort cloud is.
I don't know how they got this, but.
Huh? You talking about that? The Oort cloud.
No.
Yes. That's the outer edge of our solar system. The Oort cloud.
That's not what I was thinking of.
Here's a good one. If I could actually get this picture.
Or the outer edge of all galaxies. Maybe that might be a better try.
No, because that's not a thing. I believe so. The outer edge of our solar system is a bunch of rocks and ice. It is known as the Oort cloud. See right here? Mm-hmm. So see, there's our solar system and all those little chunks out there.
Right.
Right, and there's a Kuiper belt out there, and it's like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of rocks out there. That's all the remnants of from when our solar system was created. Right? So what was your point about it?
Well, the point I had about it was there is an edge. There is a. I mean, if it was true, right? Let's perceive that the notion of
Okay, there's an edge to our solar
true.
system. There's an edge to our galaxy.
It does end, right?
Space doesn't.
And how the hell can there be an outer edge?
An outer edge of our solar system? Very easily. And then when you get to the edge of our solar system, there's more space.
It's expanding. That means that it doesn't stop.
And you will never, ever be able to get to the edge. You're talking about the edge of the universe, not the edge of our galaxy or the edge of our solar system, right? The edge of the universe. At the edge of the universe, you could never get to it. Ever. Impossible. Even light cannot. Even light could never. Light exists within space, right? So in order for light to travel, it moves at light speed, right?
Right.
So in order for there to be space for that light to exist in, space must expand faster than light. So light could never be fast enough to reach the edge. Therefore, we could never get to the edge.
Gotcha. If I could ask you one more question before we end this. Hopefully we can end off on a good note here.
Yeah, I hope so.
How is it? So you believe looks are deceiving, right?
Very much so, yes.
How could it be possible to look at something billions or millions or thousands of light years away, or even hell, just 1,000 miles away? How could it be possible to look at something and be able to tell exactly what it's made out of?
Like you're talking about like stars and stuff, like analyzing the light,
stars, planets,
spectrometry. You're talking about spectrometry.
asteroids.
Spectrometry. Yeah, it's using the. Do you know how a rainbow works? Like how the rainbow has different colors of light.
Right.
Those are different frequencies, right? Right. And that's how we look out and we see the frequencies of the light, and different things put off different frequencies. And we can look at the ratios and we can tell what's there.
So let's try to break this down in small words, right? So what you're trying to explain here is that they are using the colors of the rainbow.
Well, the electromagnetic spectrum. You know that visible light is not the only light, right?
All right, well, I'm trying to break it down here in small words so my peon brain can understand.
Right. There's more to light than what we can see, right? You get that part, right? Like human vision is not all of light, right? You know, infrared, like, right? You know that, right?
No, I understand, yes.
But yeah, there's different ends of the spectrum. And that spectrum goes for a long time in either way. And we have this little tiny chunk of perception.
But how could you tell what something is made out of by using that little bit of light?
That's what I just said. Different things shine different light.
Right.
Like if it's oxygen, it's going to look like oxygen. And if it's like carbon, it's going to look like carbon. They have specific frequencies of light that they give off. It's the spectrum. So
I'm to trust in a frequency of light.
You can go do this yourself. That's what science is. That's what's great about science. You can go do this. You know, look, see right there, that very first picture, right there. See that? That prism? That's breaking white light into its constituent components, right? Right. That's all we're doing when we look out there. Oh, hey, actually, that reminds me of something that I was going to ask you about. Did you happen to see the news about James Webb Space Telescope the other day?
Yeah, I heard something on it. But
did you?
Still, though, that makes no sense.
The news that I'm asking about is rather specific. We saw light happening at the black hole in the center of our galaxy for the very first time. No, I'm serious. They have a fucking video of it, dude. It's fucking awesome. I mean,
strong skepticism of it.
Well, you can. You should. But you could go and like look at the fucking data. I mean, you could go physically look at it, man. Like you could be as skeptical as you want. They'll prove it to you. It's simple as that. Be skeptical, right? That doesn't mean that when you do get evidence that it is real, that you just don't accept it. That's not what skepticism is, dude. But no, spectrometry is like the study of light, right? Spectrometry is a method of measuring the interaction between light and matter, or the properties of radiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but you're talking about, well, I'm supposed to trust that. This is a well-defined, like, proven thing. That just like how DNA, we see it in practice, spectrometry, we see in practice. We know this works for a solid fact. It's in the books.
If I go by your way of thinking, man, I have to question it all entirely, each
Yes.
little piece by piece.
Yes, you do. And then once you figured out that it's real, you're done questioning it.
Well, the thing is that with that line of thinking, I could never figure out if it was real or not.
Sure you can. You look at the evidence.
I would have to stop. I would have to get exhausted from questioning.
No, you are just trying to be a contrarian. You know that at some point, a contrarian?
Yeah. Sounds like the word contrary.
Right. And what does contrary mean?
Well, basically means the opposite.
Is right. It's the opposite of what is whatever's proposed, right? And a contrarian is a person who opposes or rejects popular opinion, especially in stock exchange dealing. That's whatever.
By that definition, are you not a contrarian?
No.
You're not.
When it comes to religious popular opinion, yes. But you do get that religious opinion is like not real. I mean, people have those opinions.
Just prove my point.
No.
Don't use the same skepticism.
Yeah, I do.
Like you do for religion.
I do. That's because science backs up their shit.
They show you a bunch of numbers in a fucking chart, and you're like, oh yeah.
You mean they show you the data? They literally show you the information.
I'm not a liar, but let me tell you how I would lie to you. What would be the best way to lie to you and never get caught? Or very rarely get caught? Because I was a master liar. The best way I could possibly lie to you, my man, is to feed you a bunch of truth, or feed you things that could possibly be true without any way of you proving it. And then insert a little bit of confusion, insert a little bit of doubt, insert a little bit of falsified bullshit.
Okay.
That would be the best way I could possibly lie to you.
Yeah, people do that all the time.
You'll be thinking and convinced that you know the truth and you believe the truth. In fact is, you really don't.
I really hope one day you look back on these episodes and you go, God damn, what was I thinking? Because what you just said, you're describing yourself.
What I'm saying is that I don't trust my brain anymore.
Good.
But I do trust it at the same time, if that makes sense.
There is a point, excuse me, there is a point, like I was trying to say a minute ago, when the evidence becomes so overwhelming that it's shown to be the truth. Once something has been shown to be the truth, then one must accept that it is the truth. Right. The questioning part has been done. The interrogation has been completed, right? That's when the conclusion part of that comes in.
You're basically asking for somebody to piss on your leg and tell you it's raining.
No, that's what I'm saying don't do. That's what you guys, that's what you theists do constantly.
You could perceive that as raining. You could perceive it as true. Hey, it's actually raining.
Hey, no, tell me this. Tell me, is the Bible true?
Yes.
Why are you pissing on my leg?
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to save your life.
No.
By the way, I want to touch on something.
Sure.
Hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
People have this perceived perception of that hell means you are burning forever.
That's literally
But
what
when
it
we look at the
says.
Hebrew definition of the word forever,
Well, do you know that the
and
Hebrew
we look at the
religion?
context and what the Bible keeps saying over.
Hold on.
Okay.
When you say the Hebrew word for hell, do you know that the Hebrew
No, the
hell?
Hebrew word for forever.
Oh, I'm sorry. For forever. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My apologies. Go ahead.
So the Hebrew word forever typically means an undistant known period of time. If we look at the context in the Bible of what it talks about when it talks about hell, it refers to hell as the second death. How could that possibly make any sense if you were going to burn forever? Because you would never die.
Nothing
burn
about
up until you're
Christianity makes
dead.
any sense. Not a damn thing about Christianity makes any
Not to
sense.
you, my man.
No.
And you won't allow it to be anyway.
I guarantee you that you cannot make Christianity make sense. I guarantee it. Do you know why I can guarantee that? Because it doesn't make any sense.
All right.
Okay, in a nutshell, in 10 sentences or less, can you tell me the story of the Bible? The whole thing? Huh?
No.
Why not? You can't condense? I can.
The thing is like 1,200 to
right,
600,
but you know,
pages.
I didn't ask for a complete synopsis. I asked for the bullet points. Can you give me the rundown of the book? I can. Watch. God creates whoa, it would sound dumb. Surprise, surprise. A story from the Bible would sound dumb. Wow.
You'd be looking at
it
that
wouldn't
shit
make
like,
okay, listen, Adam. Listen. God makes everything, right? Right? Yeah. That's we'll go through this really quick and simple. God makes everything. That includes evil, right? He makes a scapegoat called the devil, right? The devil didn't create evil.
No, I wouldn't call the devil a scapegoat.
Who created evil?
Obviously, the creator.
And why is the evil attributed to the devil when God made it?
Because I don't think you know what is evil.
In the Bible, in the Bible, it literally says, God says, I am the evil bringer. I do these things, no one else.
Where does it say that at?
Oh, Jesus, dude. You have not read the Bible. Don't you fucking lie to me again.
Man, because I missed that part.
You have not read it at all. You might have read a couple of like scriptures that your pastor told you to read or something, but you have not read the book. You have not read the book.
If I could brag on myself for a little bit, I've read basically most of the entire New Testament, and I've read half of the books of the Old Testament.
So you haven't read the book.
No, I'm missing half of the Old Testament.
In Isaiah 45, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Go look it up. Isaiah 45:7.
Okay, so
God.
we're going to back up and go in context here. And we're just going to pull out verses.
Okay. No, we're not doing this. Okay, I'm still giving you, hold on. I'm still giving you the rundown of Christianity, right? God makes evil, makes the devil, says the devil's the one who's responsible for it. He makes his little people in the Garden of Eden, right? He tells them, right? He tells them without them having any knowledge of good nor evil, right? They don't know shit because they ain't ate the tree yet. They don't know shit. He tells them. He tells them, don't eat this fruit from this one particular tree, or else there's going to be consequences. Those consequences are you're going to die today. It says, surely, on the day that you eat that fruit, you shall die. Right? Do they die? God lied.
They did die. What are you talking about?
Did they die
immediately?
Oh, but in the book it says the day they eat the fruit. So why is the book wrong? The day, as in that
Actually, no.
day.
Even if it did say the day,
Even if
that
it
didn't mean they were
did,
going
which
to
it
die the
does.
exact same day. That could be stretched.
Right.
Like,
You
means
mean
that their
the
death is now
day that they
certain.
ate it could be some other day? Stop it.
Huh?
Stop it.
What?
The day
What?
that they eat the fruit is the day they're supposed to die. Anyway, the point being, God.
Do not believe you reap what you sow.
Would you please stop? God makes everything, including evil, makes the devil as a scapegoat. He makes people, right? The devil, who is supposed to be the evil one, tells Eve the truth. Right? Actually, it's funny too, because when you read the Bible, it's not the devil. It's most definitely just a snake. It's in nowhere in Genesis does it reference the devil at all. Like, not even kidding.
Right,
but anyway,
the devil is referred to as the serpent.
I know that Christians do that, but
no, the book references Satan as the serpent.
No, the book references a serpent. It does not reference Satan.
Later on, if you kept reading.
Yeah, later on. How many hundreds or thousands of years later did they decide, hey, we need Satan in here? Right, because it's written by men.
Were written by Moses.
Okay,
which the figure you don't believe in.
You do know that Moses. You do know that Moses could not have written them, right? Did he narrate his own death? Did Moses narrate? Did Moses narrate his own death?
Joshua. Then we
you just will not answer it, will you?
What?
Did Moses narrate his own death? This is a pretty fucking easy question, man.
Yeah, good question there.
Right.
No, it is a good
So
question.
Moses didn't write the fucking books. So stop it. Knock it off. It's fucking mythology, dude.
You don't think it could have? You don't think he could have wrote at least most of the books?
I don't think he existed. I don't think that Moses existed. I don't think that Noah existed. Hell, I don't think that fucking Abraham existed.
Okay,
there is absolutely no evidence for these people.
It wasn't the question whether or not if you believe they existed. The question was, if they did, you don't think Joshua could have continued on that last part where after Moses got clapped? You don't think that Joshua would have continued on the story after it goes to him in the next book?
Sure, anything's possible, isn't it?
For years,
right? And and then it got passed down again and again. We're back to the telephone game again, and somehow you trust that thing. But you don't trust people who do the work, who show you the data, who show you the functional products of the knowledge. You don't trust those people, but you do trust people that wrote down some shit 2,000 fucking years ago. And they have no clue what's going on. What the fuck, dude?
I kind of follow the similar rules, kind of like you do, though. Question everything.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I would like to add in there is that when you have enough information, you have to understand when it is unnecessary to continue questioning. Kind of like what you said there. Pretty
yes,
similar.
I said examine the evidence, and when the evidence is sufficient to form a conclusion, you form a conclusion based upon the evidence. That is all I said.
Right.
Right.
Now, you also said that you don't trust your brain.
No, that is why we need the evidence.
So, how can you conclude from the evidence?
What does evidence mean to you?
Bruh. Let's look up the definition of the word evidence, because we don't know what words mean. Come on, man.
I'm just asking questions, man.
Because, I mean, you're getting ridiculous.
No, I'm not the one who's being ridiculous at all.
How can you trust your brain to conclude from the evidence?
It's not your brain that you have to trust in this instance. It is the
brains?
evidence.
You have to make a conclusion with this evidence.
Based upon the evidence. The evidence being the available body of facts or information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So if something does not show that it is true, is that thing evidence for something?
Something does not show that that thing is true.
Being that
is that evidence for
evidence
something?
Is the available facts indicating whether a belief is true. So if you say something and it's not true, that means it's not evidence. Right? Because it has to indicate whether a belief or proposition is true or valid to be evidence. Do you understand that part? So when I say that you look Okay, I see you in there, bro. That gets old. Uh-huh. There you are.
All right, cool.
Sorry,
yeah, I don't
man.
know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was looking in at it, and it just like,
Bink. Yeah,
it just timed out.
Yeah,
on the website.
I just got disconnected for half a second and it popped right back on. I don't know.
Does this have like an app that I can download? Because I think it's the website issue.
Don't think there's an app. This is the video connection. That's a thing called video.ninja. That's just a thing on the web. That's like just a web space.
Right, and it keeps timing out, and I think that's why we're having issues.
That's all right, but whatever, man. We have been going for 4 hours and 2 minutes, brother.
Right. What I was looking at there is the belief or proposition that something is true.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you have belief, brother. Not only that,
I never
even trust your brain for that belief.
I never said I don't have belief. Do you know that belief, that knowledge is a subset of belief?
Well, actually, you did say you don't have belief.
No, I said I don't have any. I don't have any faith in anything. Of course, I have beliefs.
So faith and belief are not the same thing, no?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. Regardless.
I mean, faith is literally.
You believe
faith.
Your brain to receive this evidence in the correct way.
That's why we interrogate the evidence. That's why we developed the scientific method, to remove the bias. Like, do you not understand that? That's the entire reason. That's the entire reason that we invented science. The entire method was made so that we can take this chunk and remove our bias. Take this chunk, remove our bias. Take the next chunk. And then when you take all of those chunks and you know that all of your biases have been removed, you're left with the truth. And at that point, your opinion matters not at all, because you're left with the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that at points, that it comes to a point where truth becomes undeniable. Right?
Right.
And you know that there is the existence of the provably true and the provably false, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Of course there is. So that's all we're doing, is walking through the steps to say, is this true?
I'm saying, how do we know?
That's what you use the evidence for, my man.
Yeah, I asked.
And I know that you. I understand your question, man. But if it's
answering it,
because I have.
Very poorly if you are.
No, you're just not listening. If
Okay,
it
I'm
is
sorry.
actual evidence, what's the key factor there? Right? We did this already, right?
What's the key factor for
The
evidence?
key factor, the available body of facts and information, right here at the end.
All right, let me read that to you, since the available body of facts or information,
Do I need to
introduction, indicating, my fault, whether a belief or proposition is true or valid.
Mm-hmm.
The available body of
facts or information. So that means, right. So what does that part mean?
A belief or a proposition
is true or valid.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
That
makes
definition,
sense, right?
That definition makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to break let's break this definition down?
Very slowly and loudly and obnoxiously.
Yes, I know.
Purpose.
It's okay. Just hold on. Just break this down really quick. The available body of facts or information, right? That's the stuff that you have available to you, right? The claims that people show you, the DNA, whatever it may be, right? And the only way it can actually be evidence if it indicates whether a belief or proposition is true. Do you get that?
No, because it says the available body.
Right. That's why I just broke this down. I know. That's why I just broke this down into two parts.
Indicating.
Right.
Indicating. What's that word indicating mean to you?
Pointing at, showing.
Hinting, yep.
Yeah.
That would be another word.
Well, yeah. Hinting is kind of a wishy-washy one. Indicating wouldn't really be hinting. It would be pointing at it and saying, that's that.
Sure.
That's indicating. Like a blinker is an indicator. Like I'm going left. I'm indicating left. Right. Right. So in order for something to truly be evidence, right, it must be part of the available body of facts or information, right? Mm-hmm. And it must also indicate whether a belief is true. Now
really
there is
should put or not in there.
Huh?
Because, you can prove something to not be true.
Well, technically speaking, we don't prove a negative, but that's beyond the point. The available body of facts and information indicating whether a belief or proposition is true or valid is the definition of evidence. Now, you can have evidence against something because the evidence that you have found has given you a truth value, and it is against the claim being made, right? Just as in DNA is a evidence against Adam and Eve, because we know that DNA is real and true, right?
Yeah.
So that makes it evidence against DNA, because that proposition has no evidence. There is evidence. Microphone, brother.
That something is not true because it is either true or it's not. Like you said.
I know there is the existence of the provably false.
And you can prove if something is true.
Yes, the existence of the provably true. Right.
So how can you say we don't prove the what's the word you use there?
I said we don't generally prove a negative. Right, like if someone says you can't prove God doesn't exist, right? You don't prove a negative. I can't prove that something isn't unless that there's an actual claim that you like actual evidence that is against that thing. Then you can say, well, the evidence that is available that would be a truth claim shows that that claim is not true. That's how you eliminate possibilities, right?
Again, that would make no sense because
that does make sense.
You saying you can't prove that God isn't real. That's also a truth claim.
Okay, I've got a truth claim for you right here. Okay, And this is what we're going to end it on, okay? Because you need to go to the bathroom, and so do I. And it's at 4 minutes and 10 seconds, or 4 hours and 10 minutes, rather. Jeez. Okay. I'm going to end this on a truth claim, okay? This is going to be, I hope you really take this to heart, okay? No one can say that there might be something out there somewhere in this universe that humanity might label as a god, okay? There might be. No one can say there's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One thing that we can say for a fact that it is not any god that humans have invented. Period. Not my opinion. Based upon all of the evidence that humanity has found. Do not believe me, Adam. Go find out.
Itself.
No.
Because if it was a god outside, right? If it really was a real god, right? If it really was the real
microphone.
One, right? If it really was the real one, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. If there really was a real one, right? We didn't know it, right? And you just said it's not any god that we have invented.
Mm-hmm. Do you know why I can say that with such confidence?
We did not invent him. You know what I mean?
So if there's some god out there, it's not one that we have invented. Like Yahweh, or Allah, or Zeus, or Quetzalcoatl, or Osiris, or Ra. All of those gods. Imaginary. Mythology.
I guess if I took your claim right in the sense of like, it is true, right? It wouldn't be one we invented.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it would be true in that sense because you're right. We didn't invent it. He was always there. He was invented.
Well, so it wouldn't be the God of the Bible then, would it?
Oh yeah, it probably would. Most likely. If it was one we invented, as you would say. But
okay.
Hey, yeah.
I want you to understand very carefully what I said. There might be something out there. I don't think there is. But I cannot make the positive truth claim that there is not something. Who knows? Maybe out there on the far edges of the universe that we will never be able to get to. Maybe. And that's the thing that theists get away with. Because they could say that. They could say, well, you can't tell me I'm wrong. Right? Except for when it comes to like this book, right? We can say it's wrong. Do you know why we can say it's wrong? Because it's wrong. And we can see.
All right.
Right?
All right.
So next time we talk, I'm going to ask you, is the Bible true?
I got an idea. I got an idea for next episode.
All right.
The idea for next episode. I make a PowerPoint. I try to collect as much evidence as I possibly can for you.
Okay.
Now, as I said, I can never prove God. I can never prove anything, really.
Mm-hmm.
I can only provide the evidence and the suggestion that it's a likely possibility.
Mm-hmm.
This God is real, and it's more than likely this one out of all of them. If you would like, I could also pull up a PowerPoint on all the facts and evidence based upon every other religion I know of.
No, you can't, Adam. And
why wouldn't I? Why couldn't I?
Well, because you're not going to.
Well, it is a lot of work. I'm not going to lie. I'm not getting paid for it.
I know you're not going to do any of that shit. Why are you even bothering this tack? This smacks of dishonesty.
Because if you know anything about the faith, if you know anything about the Christian belief, it is the care for one another. Now, I understand that many people may have probably condemned you. They have overstepped their boundaries and didn't know their place. But I am sorry for their malpractice.
You cannot apologize for others' behavior.
You're right, I can't.
No, so don't.
Apologize
so don't.
For your perception of the way
you cannot apologize for anything of the sort. Stop. You don't need to apologize to me about anything. Except maybe lying. That would be nice.
Okay. See, I was trying to end off on a good note, but you just
Well,
an asshole.
but
You just
no,
an asshole.
I'm not though. I'm not the one who is lying. Do you not get that you are choosing to say falsehood? You are.
I'm saying things I believe to be true, and I guess if that, by your definition,
No,
makes me a
no.
liar, I guess
I
I'm
understand.
a fucking liar then.
I understand that, Adam. But we talked about this. Once you have looked at the information and you have already agreed that it cannot go together, it can't. It does not work together. And one of them's true. So what does that make the other one, Adam?
Irrelevant.
I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. You're not going to make any PowerPoint presentation. If you do, I'll say, if you do, I'll be greatly surprised.
For real? Would you actually take it seriously though? Like,
if you prepare something,
if
you prepare something, we'll take a look at it. Okay.
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 It might be pretty lengthy though.
If it starts out with nonsense and gibberish, it's not going to go very far.
Okay. Well, I guess it'll be up to you to decide what is gibberish and
nonsense. The very first thing I'm going to do is compare any claim you make against demonstrated reality. And if they do not comport, reality wins, dude. End of story.
I guess what I would be doing was just providing the evidence and claims. The evidence?
Claims.
And the truth.
Evidence and claims are not the same thing. You would be providing claims.
I said the evidence and truth claims.
Right. Is it evidence if it's not true?
Is it evidence if it's not true?
We already just went through this. That's why we looked up the definition. Truth is required for it to be evidence. There has to be truth, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not true, it's not evidence. Period.
Right, well, we
Got
could
it?
end up keep going. But,
I know. And we'd end up here for another 4 hours probably.
Right. You'll be here for another 4 hours.
Okay,
so.
brother. We're gonna go ahead and call it, all right?
Yeah.
Okay, you go to the bathroom. I'm gonna do the same. All y'all watching, if you are watching, hopefully one of you have got something out of this. If in any way I touch one person out there and make them think about what's going on in the world, this is all worth it.
You know, you're a Christian. You don't even know it.
Fuck off, Adam. I am in no way a Christian. That was one of the most insulting things you've ever fucking said to me. Fuck off. Brother. I am in no way a Christian. Do you get that? Don't do that to people. Do not. That is insulting. I take great offense at that. And don't fucking pray for me. You keep your babbling to your imaginary friend to yourself. I'll talk to you soon, okay?